Okay, I assume I'm live now. So thank you for joining us for the second annual Skateboard Education Summit 2022. Quick note, there's two ways to watch this video, this event, and one is by watching it on our YouTube channel where it's being streamed live, 20 seconds behind. And if you want to participate in the conversation and ask questions, you need to go to our website and register for the event. It's free, and that'll get you into the Zoom chat room so you can ask questions. The website to go to is USSEA.us, and that's going into the Zoom chat right now, but that doesn't help. So you want to go to USSEA.us and sign up for the event so that you can get on. So today's event is chock full of some really interesting people who are nurturing the skateboard learning ecosystem. And what we think that means is it's everybody who's involved in helping people learn to skateboard. And for our idea, that means the beginners. We're helping to people. We want to focus on getting people on board so they can learn the joy that a lot of us feel as skateboarders. So the skateboard learning ecosystem, it's basically cities, schools, educators, parents, and skate shops. So all of these entities work together to create an environment that's conducive to help people getting onto the skateboard learning ecosystem. And as we were going through preparation for the summit, we realized there's a group of people who are actually out there doing things that are far beyond the local skateboard learning ecosystem, and those are nonprofits. So we're going to hear from two nonprofits today. We're going to hear from the Poseidon Foundation and also from Make Life Skate Life. Make Life Skate Life will be first up with us, and they'll be telling us about what they're doing to not only help people learn to skateboard, but really making the world a better place and creating opportunities for people by helping them learn to skateboard. It's a really neat thing that's going on. So even though we've set a schedule for today, there's no way we're going to keep on it. It's going to be flex. So we're going to try and start at 10, which we did, and we're going to try and end around 2, so 4 hours later. Let's see how we do with that one.
It'll be fine, Joe. You've got this.
Chris, anything you'd like to add before we go on?
Yeah, I'm just thrilled that we're here at the second annual Skateboard Education Summit. I mean, this is a place where we can really move the needle in awareness of how people learn, of all the different programs that are going on around the world and here in the United States. And it's a good chance for us to move the needle and help bring awareness up so that people can get involved. And if they want to teach skateboarding, if they want to be a part of this, it's an incredible opportunity to share ideas here.
Right on. Thank you. So also, before we bring on our next presenters, I would like to mention that if you make a donation, a lot of people have already made donations when they signed up. The donations that go to this event are 100%. They're going to support a scholarship fund for the people at Make Life Skate Life who are trying to become UC certified skateboard educators, which will give these people in some really dire circumstances an international credential that's recognized wherever they go in their future lives, that will help them find a way to survive and thrive as part of really, really deep members of the skateboard learning ecosystem. So without further ado, we're going to be bringing on Shane and Arna, who are two of the members of the Make Life Skate Life organization. And these guys are going around the world and they're putting skate parks in unlikely locations. Think about Brazil, Ethiopia, India, Bolivia, Jordan, Beirut. They're out there building skate parks there and giving people who live nearby, and a lot of times it's people who are in refugee camps or really dire circumstances, giving them opportunities to really find themselves and create opportunities so that they can develop better in the future. So before we bring them on, we're going to play a quick video of that will help you understand Make Life Skate Life.
I've been skating half of my life already. Must be, more than 15 years I'm skating. I started when I was 15, back home in Germany, and I never stopped ever since I stepped on a skateboard. In Brussels, I've been skating since day one, since I arrived in Brussels, so since 6 years. I really like skating here at Place Mauritshuis. I really like it. It's a nice atmosphere. It's not only skaters, it's also families and kids playing here, and I really like the mix. Back in 2013, I was traveling with friends in India, and then we found out that there were actually skateboarders in India, in Bangalore, the biggest city of South India. We wanted to meet them, and then they were really passionate about skateboarding, just how we were when we started skateboarding. And they really wanted to have a skate park built. That was their dream. And we had the experience. We built a community skate park back in Germany, and we wanted just to share our skills and our experience, and we decided to build a skate park together. And then 1 year later, we built the first public skate park in India. We were like 30 people from 15 different countries working to build the skate park together with the Indians, and everybody was just like, wow, man, we're creating something really beautiful here, and we just wanted to continue. So an NGO was a logical step. The NGO is called Make Life Skate Life, and it has been around since our first project, since 2013. We're only working with skateboarding communities that already exist, so that are active, that are really wanting to create something. And this is really important for our projects, because we don't want to go somewhere and be like, hey, you guys need a skate park or you need places to skateboard. We want to have people who are already there and motivated to do something and to build their own future. We're basically just connecting skate park builders with skateboarding communities, and it creates something crazy. We've now completed 5 skate parks around the world. So we've been in India, we've been in Bolivia, South America, we've been in Jordan in the Middle East, we've been in Myanmar in Southeast Asia, and now we just came back from Ethiopia in Africa. In Ethiopia, they were struggling for a very long time, especially because there are so many security guards all over the city that are chasing away the skateboarders. It's like Brussels. You have to see it like Brussels. It's a lot of big buildings, a lot of free space, but they're just not allowed to skate there. They're just not allowed to, like here in Brussels, it's so easy to skate anywhere, and there it's just impossible. There was really, really crucial for them to have a skate park, to have a safe space where they can practice their sport. The past 3 projects were crowdfunded. 500, 600 people donated towards building skate parks in countries that don't have the infrastructure to build them themselves. Skateboarding for me is it's just like life. It's pain and pleasure at the same time.
Chris, that was the first time I've seen that video. I'm kind of speechless right now.
Yeah. Yeah, that was amazing.
Shane and Arna, welcome.
Thank you. Yeah, I was gonna say it's an old video. I just realized, it was after 5 projects. So yeah, that's more than 5 years ago. Wow. Yeah. But we're still doing the same thing, basically. Thank you so much, guys, for having us on this call. We're really excited to be here, and also to play yeah, a big role in this event. That's really, we're really honored, and yeah, super stoked to be on here.
Well, thank you. The Shane and Chris actually know each other from a very intense event that they went through together. Shane is one of the first generation of certified skateboard educators. And I was surprised to learn that he's actually certified like in multiple jurisdictions. So Shane, thank you for taking that on.
Yeah, thanks for having us and for this opportunity. And yeah, Chris and I spent some time together, and the certification process was amazing and really thorough. Everyone should check it out. I feel like I've been teaching skating for a while, and I thought, this is I'll just breeze through this. I know all this stuff. It'll be so easy. And I'm like getting questions wrong. And I really I had to kind of like be like, okay, this is a legit program. I need to give it some time and attention. And I'm really glad I did, because it was just such a cool learning experience. So yeah, thank you guys for putting that out there to everyone. And we're really excited to be able to offer that to our youth leaders and skate coaches at our project locations around the world. And like Arne said, that video is a bit old. We're at like 10 projects. Arne looks a little bit older, and I think that he lands his fakie frontside flips now every time. I saw him miss one in the
I know, yeah. I worked on them. After this video, I was like, yeah, I have to get them every time now. Yeah.
Get a new video, yeah, and land that trick.
Yeah. It's super cool to see that there's people from Brazil on this call, from Mozambique. Is that right? Oh, that's awesome. You guys have an overview of the people, like where they're joining?
Well, last year we had about 1,000 people, which is
so I should be nervous.
Watching the event. We're looking at about the same numbers this year, and they come from the entire planet is lit up with locations, except for Antarctica. We don't have anybody from Antarctica yet, so we'd like to get one of those people on. Yeah, skateboarding is universal, and it cuts across all ranges, and people love it. So I have a question for you guys. Shane and Arne, we have put up the Skateboard Education Summit to talk about nurturing the skateboard ecosystem. And when we say that, we're saying, well, what's part of the system? And we talk about it. It's shops and schools and paved roads and all this bit. You guys are going into areas that are basically pre-ecosystems, kind of primordial soup as far as skateboard ecosystem is like. I mean, what's the situation you guys are going into when you're setting up your projects?
I mean, it's actually astonishing how established scenes are everywhere. I mean, even though you think that there isn't anything established, but people have been skating and like all over the world for decades in some cases, and nobody knows about it. So I think that's the interesting part about the project that we do, because they enable us to connect with those communities and to create something together and to build relationships that last, for every project. Like from every project, we're still in touch with the people that we work together with, and it's just amazing to hear every time from people from new locations that you didn't have on your radar. And there's people skateboarding and super passionate about skateboarding, and it's really, really crazy to think about it.
Yeah. So Shane, what's your experience? You've told me some pretty amazing experiences about the conditions you're going into to do what you do, basically seed.
Yeah, and you have brought up this metaphor about seeding an ecosystem, and I think it's really interesting, first of all, to think about like the skateboard as a seed and dropping that off, and it could just be one seed, and then what can grow from that. And so like what Arne is talking about is like skating in every little corner of the world, like I was saying in our promo video, like if you spin the globe and close your eyes and just put your finger down anywhere, there's probably a kid on a dusty old skateboard, trying to learn ollies on a piece of concrete somewhere. And I think it's really interesting to think about how that kid maybe got that skateboard in the first place, and how skating is introduced into these communities. But a lot of the times it'll just be like, you know, a traveler comes through and leaves a board with someone, and it's as simple as that. And then from that, you know, the whole ecosystem can flourish, with the end point being maybe Make Life Skate Life can come in and build a skate park. But I think what's interesting to note in the story of Make Life Skate Life is that I think people think that you have to have an organization created in order to affect change. And this applies in terms of skating as well. But like in Make Life Skate Life, it's very much been the opposite, where it's like there was no organization and change was affected by motivated skateboarders and individuals. So like, you know, you talk about where and how you can create your own ecosystem. I think that people get blocked and they think that they need some type of official organization to be behind, and you know, that it's just too big of a step. But I think the story of Make Life Skate Life is just people going out and taking action, and then letting things go from there. But yeah, and since then it's been there's been a lot of growth and a lot of new projects, but it wouldn't have none of this would have happened without like, if you're going to stick with the like cultivating an ecosystem, I think of like, you know, planting a seed, you need farmers, right? You need people who will come tend the seed. And I think that Make Life Skate Life, what we really are is a network and a connection of skate farmers, I guess you could call us. And the backbone of the organization is all of these volunteers and all of these people. And speaking about sort of conditions, you know, these volunteers will come from all over the world on their own dime. And we have people like sleeping at the skate park, working day in, day out, extreme heat, cold, dirt, you know, people getting sick. It's really like a testament to the love that skateboarders have for skating and for sharing that with other people. And I think that's like one of the things that's really unique to our sort of like sport, if you want to call it that. But maybe Arna, you could talk about some of the projects and kind of like the conditions that we've been working in.
Yeah, I just think it doesn't take that much to grow it. It just really takes a little push. And even though building a skate park is a mission, like it's hard work, and it's difficult. It's a crazy logistical nightmare sometimes. But it's, in the end, it's just a skate park, you know, and it's just a small infrastructure. But what that creates, how it's able to grow the whole scene, or like not even a scene, just like 5 skaters that we met on the street somewhere in Iraq or something, you know, and working together with them to build a skate park, and it just multiplies. It just blows up with the skate park, and that's pretty crazy because I think it's just, you know, it's difficult for skaters to organize themselves, or to maybe to grow if they don't have a space where they can go and where they know, you know, I can go here and I can just skate and just forget about everything. If they're somewhere in the street of some plaza, they maybe they're maybe not that, you know, free in their mind, and they're like, have to watch their things, watch out that they're not gonna get, you know, like their stuff's gonna get stolen or whatnot. So it's really nice to be able to create like a space where they can at least like concentrate on skating. It just takes very little things, like Shane already mentioned. Like sometimes there's just like a dirty like cardboard board that's really like for our standards is like I can skate with it, and they're just doing magic with it, you know, and that it just doesn't take that much.
Shane, question for you. We were talking about your some of the experience you had in Iraq. And the media presents images to me of Iraq in the modern times that are, I wouldn't connect skateboarding and Iraq together. And you came back with some really really moving images for me about it. Can you relate some of those for people to be more specific about the kind of conditions you're going into? And then second thing is, don't these people need like medical care more than they need a skate park? I mean, why skateboarding?
Yeah, sure. I mean, um, I think one of the interesting things is like how we view um, other countries and where that view comes from. And usually it comes from the media, right? Like we only see the horrible stories on the news because that's what gets eyeballs. But in every country, no matter which one it is, there's just normal people living their life just like everyone else. And I think as an American, there's a bit of baggage with like how we view a country like Iraq and our history with that country. And we're familiar with the war, and I think that is something that, as an American, you hear Iraq, and that's what you think of, and then the images that come to mind with that. And it's very much sort of the opposite. It's been Iraq is one of the most wonderful, warm, interesting, open, sort of like friendly countries that I've ever been to. And it was, just such a wonderful experience. I know it was for me, and I know it was for Arna and the rest of the team that was on the Iraq project. It was so successful that we actually went back and did a phase 2 build for a second expansion for the skate park there. But what's interesting about that project, and was kind of why I was there, was setting up programming for teaching refugee youth to skate in the area. So we created skate classes, trained skate coaches, and provided the opportunity for refugee youth to skate. So what that looks like is a partnership with an NGO, where we bring our skate coaches out to an area refugee camp. And that happened a couple days a week. And then we would bring the kids to the skate park from the refugee camp once a week. And yeah, it's funny that you asked that question, because that's always everyone's first question is like, why skateboarding? Why teach skating in a refugee camp? But for us, our main mission at Make Life Skate Life is to support skating for everyone. And a lot of times that means like really making an effort to bring people into skating that normally wouldn't come to the skate park or find a skateboard or come to a skateboard class. So in Iraq, it was the refugee youth population. And like, I guess in these refugee camps, like the conditions are, it's pretty rough, but they do have housing. They do have food. There's educational opportunities. People can find work sometimes. But like in a lot of these areas like this, the one thing that is kind of the killer is like time, right? So like when basic needs are met, and then kids have just nothing to do, they're more likely to turn towards crime or drugs or doing bad things or whatever. So like giving kids the opportunity to skateboard is really kind of like creating an option and a diversion from a path that may be not so positive.
Thank you, Chris.
I mean, everything that Shane and Arna do is simply incredible. I mean, I've grown up coaching in a world of
opportunity in the United States and other parts of the world where it comes pretty easy. Maybe China being one of the more difficult environments to coach in, but to see the work that you're doing and how you're spreading, joy, self-perseverance, all of these skills, all of these things that you can't get and you don't get so easy in an oppressive reality, like being in a refugee camp or in an underprivileged country in general. And it really makes you appreciate what we have and what we're able to do. And hearing about what you guys are doing has just been absolutely inspiring. Training with you and going through the exam process with you. It was, obviously you're a very skilled and knowledgeable instructor and coach. There was no question about that. But just hearing some of the stories that you shared is moving. And I don't think that I would ever stop feeling that way. I love the work that you guys do.
Thank you. I have a quick question. Shane and Arna, you mentioned people sleeping at the skate parks, working in the heat, getting sick. Sign me up. It sounds like fun, actually.
Exactly.
What can people do if they want to join your team and come out and work with Make Life Skate Life?
I think it is very exciting. It's also exciting from the builder's perspective because you get to join a team of like-minded people and you work towards a common goal, and you get a very clear insight into a foreign culture or a foreign country while doing something very productive. You're not just traveling around, just meeting people. You're really diving into the culture and working under the circumstances that the countries give you. So it's a very exciting thing to do. And working with people, with skateboarders from different countries, understanding different building techniques from builders and on other continents, and it's just a whole platform for exchange. So there is definitely a lot of demand for participating. You're saying sign me up, I want to do the same thing. It's just we want to keep it also open for people that are interested and that would otherwise not have the opportunity to build a skate park or even in a foreign country. So I think that's also an important aspect. But however, sometimes the circumstances are a bit difficult. So you can't, you really have to know a person to be able to work with that person, and you have to, when you're working in countries like Iraq, for example, the security measures are, a bit, tight. So you can't walk around, do what you want to do. So what we're doing now is that we have an application process that we put in place for projects where we, have a call for participation where people can join from, because as I said, it's important for us to also offer this opportunity to people that have never done this or that are interested in working with us. So we do have certain spaces open for people that want to join. So we will just always, when we start a new project, for some projects it's not possible because security measures are just too crazy that you can't work with people that you've never worked with before, unfortunately. But in other locations it's possible. So for those locations where it's possible, we will always offer that opportunity for people, and we will announce that through the website, through social media.
All right, so we're posting we're posting your company's website here in the chat on Zoom, and we'll also going to have a blog wrap up of the entire summit, and we'll post that information. So anybody who wants to volunteer for Make Life Skate Life, exciting.
Exactly. Sometimes it's also a bit difficult, when people ask about the schedule. You're working with other cultures, and it's sometimes difficult to determine the things months in advance.
Right.
In some places you can only go and just do it. And you're not really, you can't really plan. So sometimes we'll have a call online and say call for participation, which is just a few months, a few weeks even before the build. So people will have to be flexible.
All right. Well, watch our Instagram. We'll definitely spread the word for you whenever there's opportunities.
Perfect.
There's a question right now.
Yeah, I was just going to say too, if we're also sort of open to volunteers that want to have a role outside of just building too. So if you have skills that you feel like you can offer to us as an organization, please reach out. We're always, accepting capable people and help, and we appreciate any support too. If you feel like you can't volunteer time, we do have also monthly donors memberships available too. You can donate a few bucks a month. That's always really helpful. Yeah, so you can check out our website, makelifeskatelife.org. You can email me or Arna, Shane or Arna at makelifeskatelife.org, and we will do our best to find a spot for you, or just have a chat with you too.
Hey, Shane, if an organization or a school or a program here in the United States wants to learn more about your philosophies and how you approach things with communities, so maybe they could apply them in their community here in the US, do you guys have tools and information available for people who might be interested in that as well?
Basically, like, we get hit up a lot on just people who just want to have a chat with us and see how we've done certain things in different parts of the world. There is a really great so yes, please hit us up, and I would love to have a conversation with you if you are a school. I know Arna would too. If you're interested in the work we're doing, we're happy to share like as much knowledge as we can. I would just direct people to, besides that, there's a wonderful resource called The Good Push. You guys had them here on the summit last.
Yeah,
Rhiannon, yeah, with Rhiannon. They have, it's Skateaskate's Good Push. I think it's just goodpush.org is their website maybe. And they have awesome resources for anyone looking to get some type of like skate programming or educational sort of skate structure off the ground. So I would point people in that direction.
Fantastic. I see that we're out of time. We're getting there. Is there anything else that we need to talk about before we move on?
Joe, I actually had a question for you. Maybe you could just clear it up. It's a rumor, and I just want to make sure it's true or not true, verify it. I heard that in the 80s, you brought skateboarding to China. You were the first person to bring skating to China. Speaking of bringing skating to new countries, is that true? Is that a false rumor? Is that true, or?
That is not true.
Okay.
Totally not true. I'm just a skater. I was in China in the 80s, and when I got there, I was skateboarding around and everywhere I went, and people would stop me a lot and they'd ask me, what is that? So yeah, there probably was not a lot of skateboarding in China at that time. But one thing I can guarantee is I was not the first person, because a while back, a friend of mine sent me a magazine. I've got it here. And on that magazine, this was done in May 1979. It's National Geographic World. This is like the thing. Now check out the picture. This was in 1979. I was in China in 1986. Can you guys see this? This kid, hang on a sec. I'm trying to get the video.
Yeah, there you
Now it
go.
works,
Here it
yeah.
is, yeah.
He does. There it is.
Oh, the
1979,
triangle,
this
yeah.
kid was skateboarding on the Great Wall of China. That's the first guy I know about. Yeah, I'm definitely going to try and look him up and see if we can go back and do some more photo ops. It would be really fun to bring him back there and do some follow-up stuff. So that's it. But
Okay.
I do know what it means to seed a skateboard learning ecosystem, because man, when we got started skating in China and set up our first schools and whatnot, there was nothing there. There was no shops, schools. We were not very welcome or not really understood. But now it's exploding. It's taken 20 years for it to grow, but now it's really becoming a wonderful thing. And if anybody wants to go to China and go skateboarding, do it. It's like the entire country is a skate park. It's all brand new marble ledges and stair sets and hubba.
And that's really also within like a decade or two, right? And that's something crazy to think about. Also, the first project that we did, that we also saw in the video, was in India, and that was 8 years ago, and almost 9 years ago. And in the meantime, like those guys that we work with, they started their own skate park construction company, and they went over all over the country afterwards to build skate parks, because at that project they learned how the whole process from beginning to the end, how to build a skate park. So they started their company, they went over India, and now there's 20 more skate parks in India. And that's only like within, like 8-9 years. And they started a distribution, they have a skate shop. So it's really, and there's more than 1 billion people in India. So
Right.
it's also like crazy to see it from the industry side, like how fast the market can develop, from something like really small with like a tight community of a handful of people that are passionate about it, and just grows into something
And
really
all from
big.
the seeds that you planted. Nice.
And all from, just from the energy of the people, of the locals that just want to push it, and quitting their jobs. They had like their jobs in IT and this and that. They just quit it. They're like, there's an opportunity out there. We're going to go for it. We're going to grab it, and that's the, the people that we need in skateboarding. They're just going to push things forward in their countries and just
Right on. Arne, thank
take
you.
risks and just go for it,
Well, we're out of time. I want to thank Shane and Arne for coming on today. You guys really opened my eyes. I appreciate it.
Thanks, guys. It was good to see you again, Shane.
Yeah, good to see you too. Thank you guys so much again. And we're really excited about this partnership with you guys, and the scholarship opportunity for our stakeholders is such a cool thing. So we can't thank you enough for all that.
All right,
All right, we're happy to do it.
out there. So next up, we have the Ollie Project. This is the official announcement of the Ollie Project coming up. And what is the Ollie Project? We're still trying to figure that out. We just know that Chris and I are both not satisfied with our Ollies. The beginning skateboarders,
That's an understatement.
not satisfied with their Ollies. I've had conversations with some guys, skateboarders, guys and girls, who can they have what I think are perfect Ollies. They can go over garbage cans across 12-foot gaps, and perfect control and perfect landing and beautiful sound. But they're not satisfied either. I've learned that. So we put together the Ollie Project. Chris came up with the idea. And Chris, what were you thinking when you said the Ollie Project?
Well, I just thought there's a whole story to be told about the process, the progression of the Ollie from, ancient times, back when whoever invented the Ollie.
Plug time. Has anybody read this book? The History
Yes.
of Skateboarding, The Secret History of the Ollie. If you have not read this book, 700 pages. I don't think many people have.
The Bible.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is like a doctoral thesis. Craig Snyder, he should have gotten he should have gotten a PhD for doing this book. And we really
Well, and even, but see, just like him, look at the passion for the Ollie. And you think about, if you just go out and watch anyone skate at a skate park, or you just look around, you'll see someone trying to learn how to Ollie or Ollie up something or Ollie better, whatever it is. And there's so many experiences that I think we can share through this process, like, getting people to share their content, share their stories, share what they're doing and how they're learning it, and going through it. I just did an exam last week with one of the coaches from Skate Gym down in California, and they were talking about, just rolling up on a guy at a skate park who was just struggling to learn the Ollie, just kept trying to learn the Ollie. And that coach, he went over and just said, "Hey, I know you want to learn the Ollie, but what if I show you 2 or 3 tricks that might make you feel really good about yourself along the way?" And it's interesting to me that even in that case where you had this really talented coach redirecting someone from the Ollie, it's still all about the Ollie. People gravitate right to it. There's such a connection point with that trick. And I mean, Joe, it's something that you and I spend so much time talking about together and working on, and just totally nerding out on. It's hilarious on one hand, but it's really special on the other hand. It creates connections, and I think that's really what we're going to accomplish by working into this process.
Right on. So the Ollie Project is the first 8 episodes are in production. They've been imminently coming out for about 4 months now, and the first 8 are going to be done with our next guest, one of our next guests, who is Raymund, who is, no joke, a skateboard scientist. His day job, he gets paid to study skateboarding, and he knows all about the human body and the way it works when it's doing stuff. So the first 8 episodes are Raymund talking about stuff that your parents will love if you're in school. Newtonian physics, ground reaction force, countervailing momentum, ligaments. I mean, he's a steamy guy. He's going into all sorts of scientific areas with the first 8 videos. After that, we're given the keys to the skaters and the creators and seeing what they can come up with the Ollie Project. So this is a pitch for the Ollie Project. If you want to get involved, put together some videos, send them to us. And for the videos that are ready to rock and we can post it on our channel, there's merchandise. Yes. If you want to do an Ollie Project video for us and we put it up on our channel, you will be the proud owner of an Ollie Project hat or an Ollie Project sweatshirt or other merch like we'll be putting out. If you want to do that, just go to our website, usc.us, and send us an email. Let us know what's up, and we'll see what we can do.
And if you check out our channel right now, we've got a whole series of Ollie videos and content that, we've sort of nerded out on and dove into. And we try to even work with some of our viewers and create content from the work that they're doing, the learning process they're going through. So please contact us, get involved, because we want this to be a big story, and certainly something that we won't control, but we definitely want to drive it and help people share their experiences through that incredibly special trick.
Yeah, hopefully we're planting a lot of seeds and we're going to create lots of really cool stuff. I'm looking forward to seeing tips and hacks, because I'm just not satisfied with my Ollie either, and I want to make it better. So I need to see if Paul and Raymund are ready. Are they on?
I'm here.
Woohoo!
Hey, Paul.
Sir.
Hello.
So I didn't introduce Paul. There might be somebody who doesn't know Paul. He is a Skateboard Hall of Famer, living icon, and legendary, really nerdy science guy about skateboarding. Paul Schmitt.
Thank you. Thank you.
Is Raymund on yet? Oh, there's Raymund. Okay. So Raymund.
Sorry, go ahead, Joe.
Raymund and Paul today are going to talk about how your setup affects your Ollie. And without further ado, please, we're looking forward to hearing what you guys have to say.
All right. Well, real happy to share this. I've shared a lot of stuff over time about how height and wheelbase fits a skateboard, right? But a true skateboard, so that's the height of a person. I did studies back 20 years ago at skate camp with kids, and I measured shoe size and height and weight, and really found that height was the best denominator of how a board fit. And I think that has something to do with upper body mass and lower body mass. And I'm sure Raymund can help us understand some of that and where our muscles and our strengths and our challenges are.
Yeah, definitely. Well, specifically for that, the human body has more mass on the upper side with the bones and the organ, the muscle, and things like that. But when you break it down into muscle mass percentages, there's actually more muscle mass volume on the lower side, on your legs. So this is one of the reasons that maybe people with a little bit longer legs are able to produce more power, because muscle size means that you can create more force and then create more power as well. Yeah.
So I've been paying attention to this for a couple years. I'm 6'2", and Tori Pudwell, I don't know, he's probably 5'8" or something. We both have a 32 inseam pant. I'm very tall in the upper body, and he's very tall in the lower body. How does that affect things?
Well, that's actually kind of difficult to fully understand, because there's so many varying mechanics that are happening. If, say, maybe Tori Pudwell, there's something called type 2 fast twitch muscle fibers, and maybe someone who's in that professional range of skateboarding has been training their muscles in this way to generate more type 2 twitch muscle fibers. And these can generate more explosive, powerful movements. And then there could be just things with having more coordination. There could be, well, if you guys have the same inseam, then there's also the possibility of just having purely more muscle mass. But these are things that are just still need to be elucidated within the scientific, which is I really love I'm doing is I'm going into these uncharted waters kind of, and I have these questions and I can make observations to other sports and have I don't know, just explore what there is to know about skateboarding.
Well, the very interesting thing is people figure out what works, they don't know why, right? And your body isn't a variable you can change other than over time with diet and change. I myself went through a big change in the last year and a half, and I lost a quarter of myself. And it helped my skateboarding, my activity level in life a whole bunch, right? But that doesn't happen quick, right? And it takes a lot of discipline. Well, nobody's got the patience to be like, oh, I'm waiting a year and a half for my first Ollie, right? You know, and what's involved with that? So me, I'm a big subscriber that your height puts you in the right wheelbase range. And if you check on Instagram, I always tag stuff when I use my CreateASkate height chart. So hashtag CreateASkate height chart. And that has a chart that does that. And my greatest example of someone that grew through that chart from little to now is Nyjah. So, and there's a few other people, a whole bunch of other people that have been through stages of it, but I know Nyjah took every step. And, but regardless of that height thing, it's what are you right now? What are you today? How does your board work for you? And a board, I build boards. I've been involved with branding and making trucks and wheels, but really boards is my forte, right? And how you drill a board, how many fingers of flat it has before the bend, when the tail hits the ground. So let's see if this, so here's just a board on a counter here, right? And if I look at the energy it takes to push on this, right? If I look at the fingers of flat, I'm gonna put this in. So in looking at fingers of flat, I use fingers because it's something the pro skaters did in the 90s, but it gives me a 3D perspective, and I can see the edge of this finger's on the center of the bolt, and I can see this finger is almost to the center of the arc of the bend. And if I put a tape measure on that, it's actually hard to read that. So the 3D of the fingers lets you have it. And I'm someone that carries a tape measure all the time. Most people don't, but hopefully you got your fingers. Raymund, can you give us any perspective of in the layer leverage here, what this part's doing technically? I mean, it's obviously a lever.
Oh, yeah, it is a lever. Well, maybe not exactly what that part's doing, because I'm not 100% sure, but skateboards used to have a flat tail back in the day, right?
Correct.
So they put that curve on it, and I was able essentially to be able to generate more work, or do you say in your previous videos, more wind-up power. You're able to accelerate more through more distance. So it would really depend on like what tails are you comparing? Are the lengths the same?
Well, in general, what I would say is we're just judging the average modern skateboard, right? And an average modern skateboard is going to have a tail 6.5, 6 3/4 long. But because of the mold and the curves of the plywood, it could have a very different aspect here, okay, in the way that is. So how hard this is to push on this, right? If I took this same board, has indies on it right now, and I took it and put ventures on this same board, it's going to be harder to push up because the axle location is closer to the bolt holes, where the indie, the axle location's leaning towards the middle. So if you look at a truck, you know, here's an indie and you can see the axle and you see the relation to this hole, right? And a venture is going to have it leaned out and the indie's going to be leaned in. And you can actually change your wheelbase by 3/4 of an inch with your truck. And most people wouldn't dare change the wheelbase of their board by 3/4 of an inch. But when they get to the skate shop and they see that pro that love, that graphic, that brand, Jamie Floyd just did a 30 stair, I'm going to get his board, right? Then they get
so you actually
sent down the wrong path.
Yeah, you brought up something really interesting. That's it's harder to push down on this skateboard or on the lever when you move the trucks back. And that actually last year I was a part of the first annual Skateboard Education Association conference. And my entire presentation was on how a skateboard actually is a lever and ways that you can manipulate that lever for your own benefit. And if you move the truck back, it's actually something where you're decreasing the mechanical advantage of the effort that you're putting into that lever. So when you ollie, you push down, you use a bunch of force, it hits the ground, and then the ground pushes back up. Now, if you create a perpendicular distance to the truck, then you can kind of figure out how far away you are from where it's turning. So this is the mechanical advantage of what they call the effort arm. And then you have your weight force, which is essentially where your center of mass is, center of gravity, wherever that is. And you can manipulate that by moving forward and moving backward. And you can also figure out the mechanical advantage of your weight. So if you have that, say, 10 centimeters in front of where those trucks are, my skateboard actually has it 20 centimeters away from the trucks. So then that a mechanical advantage over you. So moving the trucks backwards decreases the mechanical advantage of the force going into the tail, or moving them forward increases it. You can kind of think of this if you work with cars. You have a really stuck-on bolt. You want to get a handle that's really far away, so it makes it really easy to take that off. And that's the same thing, just a different kind of lever.
Okay, so for me, like when I'm working with skaters, what I find is that as your skating matures, you need it to be less hyper, a little more flat here, right? But again, depending on the truck brand, like somebody will change their brand to truck and they don't realize what it affects things, right? Because the truck has its own unique geometry and the way it's making all the turning happen. But then it's framed by the board, right? By the environment you're in. So as the tail hits the ground, as you make a contact point here, that's when the ollie really starts, right? When you really start to transfer that energy. So if we go way back to the 70s, when Alan Gilfin invented the ollie, or Alan Gilfin figured out how to take the ollie to other places, right? Because it started on an oververt extension at a skate park, a poorly built skate park. Back in that era. But they figured out, they basically drilled their holes back on their trucks. And at this time, we were a solid oak skateboard with a glued on kicktail. So they did have a lever, but no concave. That was the era the ollie started in. And very different than now, but also you look at anybody that looks at anything that resembles a skateboard, what do they try to do? They try to ollie it, they try to kickflip it, right? Like it might be a box. Mm-hmm. Doesn't really matter what it is, right? It's that aspiration. I heard something earlier, the Ollie Project being that drive, right? To get that ollie perfect. But is it ever really perfect? No, it's not really perfect because you're progressing and you know a little more today than you knew yesterday, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, totally. Especially, I've been skateboarding for 20 years or 21 years now. And I can ollie up things, I can do the things I need, but yeah, you're never there at the perfect ollie. This is definitely a bit that I wanted to talk about.
Right. So this is how I judge a setup for somebody. Let me see if I might need to move this back a little bit further, see if I can get it all to show or not. I'll move the screen down here. So here, this is a tool I came up with. This happens to be a digital gauge for a band table saw blade, right? So you see here, I can take it and put it in place. I glued a couple magnets on it. So I've got a 0, right? So as I lift this up and I analyze boards from people and I analyze wheelbase. So if you look at that number, it's pretty easy to understand that if you put a bigger wheel on your board, it's going to take longer for it to hit. And it's going to have more wind up, okay? And then it's also going to have more power and less finesse. So the sooner it hits when the number is lower, okay? So someone like Luan Oliveira rides a board that's on a lower number, okay? Because he rides like 3 fingers of flat. He's got no problem with pop. He's got really long legs. He's a mature skateboarder, you know. What's really going on here? Well, he's figured out how to adapt to his environment, right? Whatever that environment is. Can you share any perspective on that from your more book science perspective?
Well, I was looking through some of your posts on Instagram, and I came across, of course, this invention of yours and a story where you increased the angle by 1 degree from 35.3 degrees to 36.3.
No, but
and you can
increase
actually
it by 0.1. When I have a pro skater that knows his stuff, 0.1 will do it. It's crazy.
Yeah, well, in this specific example, and this is the one that I plugged into a torque equation, which is just force times the distance. And if you have the angle and you have, well, I used the distance of the tail of my own skateboard because I didn't know the distance you were using, but it's about 20 centimeters. So if you have the distance and then you go into the literature to figure out, well, how much force does someone normally produce when they're doing an ollie? It's around 2 times body weight. And this can fluctuate a little bit, but it's actually quite high. So for me, I'm 70 kilograms. So that's 130 kilograms of force. So I plugged this into a torque equation, which is force times distance. And when you increase the angle by 1 degree, it actually increased the amount of torque by around 10 kilograms per meter, which I found really interesting. I've never looked into that until, well, yesterday.
Well, the willingness to try is always a start to figure out something new, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so this is definitely a way that you can increase the amount of torque, and torque is just a force on a lever. And this power, being able to accelerate through a larger distance, it's kind of like how if you try to jump and you only kind of bend your knees, you can't jump very high. You know, you have to give that, well, I guess an inverse wind up going back up. And yeah, Luan is super good at just being able to, well, take advantage of a few things. One, he's extremely coordinated by doing this for a very long time. He very obviously has a lot of strength and power in his legs. And he also has a lot of coordination. But he is up there in the upper echelons of skateboarders who's probably also supplementing his skateboarding alongside personal fitness, such as strength and training and things like that. And that's essentially where my specialty comes in. I'm extremely interested in like muscular deficiencies in skateboarders, in asymmetries, in coordination, in building strength, and preventing injuries.
Right. So you're not even, the product side is not where you work on the person side, right? And
yep.
but the choices in that product ends up being really, really important. And you can take somebody and, you know, a lot of the times it's about their mind being willing to try something different, right? The easiest way to make your skateboard react different when you're in the middle of a session is just bigger wheels or smaller wheels, right? Do I want that number to go up? I put a bigger wheel, a smaller wheel, I want to go down. Oh, I'm really concerned it's going to be heavy to put big wheels on my board and I can't get on that high hub. But the reality is, if there's more wind up and your intention is to get up and you need more wind up and you're not passing the level of control that your ability of your body has and your muscles and your muscle memory, then you're going to be in a better place. And the weight ends up being a little bit not mattering. I found with pros that having a board not flex is more important than weight. Okay, so Danny Way's ridden thicker boards for many years because of that. Because like at his mass and body size and the way he pumps, he needs to have that little bit more, right? So the board doesn't flex. And that was the case in a vert ramp, on a mega ramp, didn't really matter.
Definitely. And an interesting thing is even something like tightening your trucks is something that can help you with ollieing, especially for if you're in the beginning of learning how to ollie, because you're essentially stabilizing the base at which you're jumping off of. Because if you have a super unsteady base, it's like jumping on a upside down Bosu ball. It's very difficult. So if you're able to tighten that, then your ankle, because if you have a really unsteady base, before you jump, your ankle is going to have to tighten up a little bit to be able to get enough force through that joint to be able to propel you up. So if you have maybe a little bit tighter trucks, this could help you towards maybe getting an even higher ollie. Or yeah, it's just another, it's another thing that you can use within your toolbox with changing your skateboard.
Hey,
Yeah.
Paul and Raymond, a
Yeah.
question from the audience.
Yeah.
That I wanted to share with you guys. And by the way, you guys are crushing it right now. This is super nerdy and so on point and really fun to listen to. I'm as a coach, I'm thinking about the same things that Craig Evans from Arson Shop just asked. And that's, he said it's tricky explaining to kids how to jump away from the board, but while popping. So getting the mass going up while being able to flick the tail down. He's like, and he's asking, how do you guys like to explain that part? And he kind of asked, what's going on there physics wise? He just wants to know what are some of the physics that kind of come to mind for you guys and understanding how that works to maybe make it easier to explain.
Well, one way I like to explain the ollie is realize that the ollie we know today isn't really the 70s ollies. It's a street ollie of the 80s, right? But when it was growing to prominence in the 80s, people were riding boards with 1/2-inch risers and 65mm wheels. I mean, the number, when I look at my gauge, was I take an old board and it could be 42, 45 from the 80s. It took so long for the tail to hit, right? And then it took so long for the tail to hit. There was lots of power, but then the challenge was like, didn't have a really good lever on the front to level it back out, right? So there wasn't a nose on there yet. There was a spoon, there was an upturn, there was a starter, right? But there wasn't really a lever there. We didn't really get the ollie to level out and have that proper vision that we have in our mind until we got to the 90s, you know, where having a double kicktail was standard. So from your perspective, Raymond, how does that fill in to answer that question?
Well, for the kicktail, or for the nose, I'm using old lingo right there. For the nose, when you're bringing that foot up, of course, that's going to help to be able to level it out. But going back to the original question is like, how do you get people to understand this movement? And it's very difficult. When I've taught skateboarding to children, I try to get them to learn how to bounce on one foot. And when they do that, you actually see them move to the ball of their foot. Because when you get a kid on a skateboard right away, they're using their entire foot on that tail and they're just stomping it down. They're stomping it down and there's no finesse. That's not how people jump. So something that it always gets the kids to laugh. I always jump around on my heels because it shows you exactly how unstable you are. You're supposed to be on the balls of your feet. So then when you put that on your tail, this gives them a little bit more maybe comfort within your them. And then the second part to that question, well, maybe it wasn't even part of the question, but it's just something that's so important. And this was actually a big topic of my last presentation, is learning to get out of the way. Because when you hit that tail against the ground, you don't want your foot to actually be on that tail. You want that tail to be rebounding against the ground, because if your foot comes into contact with the tail, then it's going to deaden out that ground reaction force. And that ground reaction force is actually the thing that gets you in the air, not you jumping. You throw the skateboard down, you jump out of the way, and this just takes some practice. And then what Paul was saying, that's when that front foot comes into place, because if you hit the skateboard off the ground, that ground reaction force hits the tail up, and then that front foot is bringing the board with you, and then that nose is leveling it out. And this just takes time. It takes time.
So Raymond, maybe a layperson's understanding would be, you have to jump maybe off the wheels so that you can flick the tail and get out of the way, right? So when we jump and we rise, we're driving mass through the wheels, right? We don't want to be driving energy through the tail with weight on it, right?
Yeah.
Right.
So if you take that 2 times body weight as your force and you're punching it down, right? If your foot hits, if the tail hits the ground and you don't release your body energy, that 2 times the body weight just got reduced, correct?
Right.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
So it's about a punch. So an ollie is like a well-executed punch. If I was a boxer, right, and I'm boxing, I don't want to hit the guy with my arm back here. Okay. I also don't want to hit the guy with my arm perfectly straight out. but with your Ollie, you almost want to finish your energy transfer right to that point, right? Because if you take your energy to here, you reduce your energy. You want to be right here from what you're explaining, Raymond, correct?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and you're punching through. It's a little bit different because with the punch, you're kind of connecting and going through a little bit unless you're coming back for another jab. But with the skateboard, you're throwing it down and you're getting out of dodge, you know?
Well, if it's okay with you guys, I'll share one of my favorite things to teach kids is to just on the ground. You were talking about having them jump on one foot. I like to have them jump off both feet and then flick their back toe down, which is just an ankle movement, which is a big part of what you're talking about with, you know, snapping through the toes. Because you have to, it's a weird movement. You have to learn how to jump and then flick. And it's such an odd thing that people don't do that normally. It's not a natural thing.
I'll jump in here. Chris has tried to teach me this for years now.
You're getting way better.
I think it's like trying to put your elbow in your ear.
Yeah, you can't fit your elbow in your ear, just so you know. Just want to let the whole world know that. But you can learn to flick and be out of the way so you don't cut the force that Paul's talking about, and you're clear enough so that you can get a good ground reaction force through the tail of the board. It's an interesting thing, right? Because we're not creating ground reaction force through our feet. We're creating it through the tail of the board. And that's just so hard to feel. It's a feel thing, right?
Yeah, it's an extension of your body. And it's also kids. And this is just, well, anyone that's learning this motion is they're unstable on this skateboard. It is scary. They think they're going to get hurt. There's like all this social pressure. You're going to fall. They're not used to like failing and learning to try again, which is what makes skateboarding such an amazing thing to do, is you learn to fail, try again, face adversity, keep going. But that was a little speech. But when you're on the skateboard and you're unstable and you're scared, you get down, you kind of stay in this crouched position. Okay. So something, if I go back to my specialty of the human body, something with jumping is there's two kinds of jumps. There's something called a squat jump, where you go down, you get into the squat position, you stay there, and then you jump. And this is a test of strength, but it's a poor way to jump.
Right.
The best way to jump is when you're standing and you get down in the squat. Oh, I hit my desk. You get down into the squat and then you jump up. And this is something called a counter movement jump. And it's actually a way that you can test strength versus power in athletes. You have them do a squat jump, have them jump high, test how high they jump. Then you have them do a counter movement jump and then test how high they jump. If the squat jump is higher, then they have really good strength, but that means that they need to work on power production and they need to train power outside. Well, this doesn't really help for a kid, but what the kid down there and being in the squat jump, they can just be standing and then drop down and then jump up. And this is just such a more natural way for human beings to bound in the air.
Yeah, it's interesting how the body works like that. And it's so true. If you watch people high standing jump, if they start tall, get low, go, they get higher almost all the time. Mm-hmm. So hey, I'd like to ask you both a question. Both of you can answer it, or either one of you can take it. But if you were trying to teach, someone new at ollieing how to feel a sensation in the ollie, something that's important to each of you, because you're both super master science nerds about this, what would be the first thing that you tell someone to focus on? Like, hey, if you want to learn how to ollie, you should really focus on just this one thing first. What would be the first thing that each of you would focus on?
Well, from my perspective, it'd be where that tail hits, right? And you could go change the setup. So someone that's trying to get used to doing an ollie, right? They're just doing it on their average board they rode yesterday. And if that's not tuned for them and they don't have much skills yet and their balance isn't that great, it's probably not the best board. What I would do is I would find any old board around, go drill the holes for the truck 1/2 or 3/4 of an inch forward, put them on, put some small wheels on the board, get that number to be really low, okay? And let him just find that point when that happens, right?
Yeah.
Because it's going to be different than what he rode yesterday. There's something that you learn when you ride what you rode yesterday. When I work with the riders, I try to have them ride the board they rode yesterday in my parking lot. And all I do is ask them to manual and to ollie, nothing else. But I'll go modify that board based on the feedback, and then I'll see 5 bangers in a row, right? And it told them something, it told me something.
Okay,
right?
we've got to create a simple pathway for people to figure out how to get the right length of lever and the right height of tail off the ground for their body, for like the length of their legs and their muscle type. That'd be cool. That'd be really cool, Paul.
So for me in my workshop, I got these custom made jigs and I just put them on a board and I can drill the whole quarter, 3/4, 1 1/4, half, 1, 1 1/2. Now, most people didn't have this, but some of the guys in the DIY maker world of skateboarding are making tools and selling tools. And there's a re-drill tool you can buy out there now.
Okay.
I don't know who put it out there.
I'll search for it. I'll try to post
just like
it.
DIY skateboard maker, but you can also just take an old truck base plate, right?
Yeah.
and do it. It's no big deal. You don't have to have a tool for it. But I have tools. That's how I solve problems. Raymund helps people tune in their body. So Raymund, how are you going to solve this problem?
What's the first thing, Raymond? The first thing you would focus on?
First thing, like they just got on a skateboard and
They want to learn to
ollie.
ollie. They're like, I want an ollie. What's the first thing, the most important thing you tell them to focus on?
Oh my God, that is such a hard question.
I know there's so many things,
There's layer
There's so
upon
many
layer
things,
upon layer, right?
Yes.
It's so many layers. I mean, I would be like, I would almost want them to feel the looseness of their trucks to kind of understand, like from a sensational point of view, like what does your board feel like? But then I'm getting a little bit into a hippie into a hippie side of this thing. I'd get them comfortable on the balls of their feet, on the balls of their back foot specifically, but really understanding the looseness of those trucks. Is this like, especially when you're going down, that on the balls of the feet, which is 2 answers to the same questions, but that's the minimum you're getting.
See, that's the way it is. It's like, if you're going to teach someone how to juggle, you start with 2 balls, right? Maybe 1. You don't start with 17, and ollieing is like 27.
Oh, dude, I'm a juggler too. So you just hit something right in my wheelhouse. I was practicing 5 balls a second ago.
Can you show us a little bit of that, Raymond? 5 balls?
If it wasn't for my work behind me, then it'd be possible.
Well, next time we bring Raymond on, we'll have him juggle skate wheels. We'll see what he can do with skate wheels.
Oh yeah. I have a video juggling and skateboarding put together, but that was that's neither here nor there.
So have you ever heard of a skater by the name of Raymund Philades? Because he had a whole video, juggling and skateboarding video.
Whoa,
Oh,
we
really?
got to put that in the chat.
Late 80s, early 90s.
Can somebody
that in
look
the
that up
chat.
and put it into the chat?
Yeah, we got to find that and put that in the chat, because that would be fun to see.
Yeah.
Well, Raymond and Paul, we don't have a lot of time left.
Okay, so let me share one thing with you guys, because this is something that comes back from pro rider interaction.
Yeah.
And the whole thing is you're trying to find your awareness of your body in space, right? The space is this board and your feet, and your perception, right? So I had this situation with PJ Ladd years ago, which is who I developed this for to try to solve that puzzle, right? And he pulled out a brand new pair of shoes in the parking lot and put them on the board. And then when he ollied, the line on the shoe from the brand new shoe didn't match what he told me was happening.
Right.
Then we met up in LA at one of his skate spots, not my crusty parking lot, but somewhere he likes to skate. And we would chalk his shoes. So we had 10 colors of chalk and a brush. And we would chalk the edge of his shoe and we would find where that came up. And he was convinced he was here, but his foot was always leaving here.
Yeah.
And I say that because it's a framing of your environment.
Yeah.
You don't even know what's happening because there's so many things, right? You're out skating, there's wind, there's air, there's glare, there's the roughness of the cement. I mean, a skateboarder is doing like a crazy amount of mathematical calculations just to do one thing, right?
Yep.
Then there's the board, then there's the body, so you got terrain, board, and body, right? And how do we get people to make themselves more aware of those things?
It's really interesting.
Obviously, it's the awareness of the board, but the board doesn't ollie without a person. Doesn't
That's
work.
right. And people oftentimes feel something different than what actually occurs. And you got to learn to connect the dots between, hey, this is what you're feeling, right? And it actually looks like this. And that's the fun part of coaching. That's what I love. I love what you guys are talking about today, and the ideas that started to flow for me as a coach. I mean, and anybody listening in, I'm sure was having the same response. It's just pretty fascinating stuff.
Well, I consider everybody, their own perception's their own reality, right? And if their perception of this board is right, it's right. If the perception that their foot's going off the edge, until you can prove it otherwise, their perception's their perception.
That's right.
But their perception got them to where they're at. So the people I work with got to where they're at already. I can't say they got a bad perception.
No,
right?
they're pretty successful, right?
Right,
It's just,
I'm not on the cover of the magazine.
It's helping someone else do what they did. That's where it would get confusing, right? Because they feel this, but when you watch it, you're going, well, you're saying you're doing this, but that's not what I'm seeing. So how do we connect that dot, right? That's the fun of coaching.
We started out this conversation talking about how you're set up.
Right.
So I'm going to take us off course too, because Raymond and Paul were preparing for this talk today, and I wish I would have recorded it because it was fascinating. They talked about how the sound of the Ollie tells you the quality of your Ollie. Can you guys riff on that a little bit before we go?
What a cool thought. Yeah.
Yeah, well, from my perspective, I hear it in my parking lot. I'll change a board 0.1, 0.2 a degree. And it's like, I don't even watch the guy Ollie. I can hear that, oh, he's in the zone now. He got a really good punch. And it's like that boxer connect thing, right? Like he's got the right connect, you know? And the action and reaction on their face and their body is that. And usually the first one is not the perfect one, but it's repaired, right? But by the time they get to the third one, because skateboarding is all about adaptation, they've adapted out or adapted to what we did. And then there's no gap anymore, you know? So it's a very interesting thing that if someone tries something and they succeed or they're working towards it, that you may have given them a tool to lean them in the right direction. But they still got to figure out that tool with their body, their mix of everything, right?
Yeah.
How do you see that, Raymond?
I don't really have an opinion on the sound, to be completely honest.
Well, but what do you hear in your skate park there?
What do I hear?
Yeah.
Man, a lot of different kinds of sounds. It's from wood bogged down skateboards to new ones to razor tailed to
okay.
I've never really paid attention to the sound of the Ollie too much, other than just I like the sound of the Ollie.
That's actually an important thing to recognize, is that not everybody receives input the same way, right? Some people are visual, some people are auditory, some people are more kinesthetic, right? Kids today, they want to receive things digitally. They want to watch it on their phone and interpret it. But right now, you know, we all have a little bit of a blend. Clearly, Raymond doesn't have that dominant, that dominant reception desire for sound, where like Joe or Paul might. And the sound can be an epic thing. For others, it's what does it look like? And for almost all of us, though, except for, maybe someone who has a limitation, feel binds us all together, right? Because the sound connects to a feel. You can talk about a movement all day long, and it's like, hey, this is the movement I want you to make. But if a person doesn't know how that movement's supposed to feel, or in maybe Joe's case, sound, right? If he prefers sound, if they can't connect those other dots with sensations, then they can't put it together. And that's the key, is understanding that there's a lot of different inputs that we have to recognize when we're working with students or when we're learning for ourselves.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, everybody learns a little different, right?
Yeah, exactly.
It's just like with a skateboard. I don't consider there's a right or wrong. If you're happy and you're having a good time, it's not right or wrong. It's yours, No,
but see, now I know that I've got to coach Joe through sound more, because he's into it. He smiles when he talks about the sound. Watching the face he makes, he gets all lit up. So when we're working on Ollie next time, we're going to be thinking about sound. I'm going to bring some of that in, Joe.
Right on.
Yeah, well, if you ever watch Battle of the Barracks, the finals of those things are intense because you got thousands of people in a room and it's silent and it's like pin drop environment.
Yeah.
And I had a couple times. Once was P-Rod against PJ, and once was Jocelyn against Luan, where I built the boards for the last two guys for the final battle, right?
That's
And
awesome.
you're in this room, and I know what trucks they ride. I'm listening, you know, and know, oh, he's on this mold, he's on that mold, you know, all these variables, right? You know, but I'm listening to the math of it. And the result, when you have a place that gives really good audio feedback, is intense.
Yeah, I mean, that would make it very intense. It's all those things, though, right? It's all those things. And think about the future of maybe the Olympic skate park environment. Echo and sound might be a really important thing to the skaters and or the audience in terms of how they perform. If the sound is off, imagine you're snapping your tail and you hear a sound that you're not used to while you're skating. That could throw someone who's into that off. And then for the audience, maybe the sound becomes a very critical aspect of the experience, you know, in terms of what they perceive.
Wow.
Yeah.
I sense an opportunity for more PhDs, Raymond. Right on.
Yeah, I wanted to say one thing. We came into this discussing about how can you change your board to affect your ollie, and you can make these immediate changes, and you can play with that. And I would be remiss not to have a little bit of a speech, since I do come from human movement sciences and strength and conditioning and things like that, is that the body that you're working with is going to stay of skateboarding much, much beyond just the ollie. And to think, because skateboarders tend to forget that they're doing such an incredibly athletic things, yet a lot of them don't also do resistance training. They don't also do coordinated movement practice. They don't do these things, and it can really, really affect the outcomes of your ollie by increasing muscle mass, force production, power production. You can train for power production with plyometric exercises outside of skateboarding to really give you a boost. I just wanted to leave off two muscles I want to talk about, and these are the two that come, they're around your shin. So it's the tibialis anterior, and this is actually on the front of your shin. So this is a muscle that people often overlook, and it's something that you can train to improve your ollie, because it helps your toes decelerate downward so that you can jump upward. That's the first thing. Kind of like if you're holding a weight and you lower it down slowly. The second thing is that this muscle that's so overlooked in so many different athletic populations that I'm making it my goal to let people know. This muscle is also extremely good for shock absorption and for protecting your knees. Skateboarders have notoriously bad knees. So the tibialis anterior muscle, it's something super easy you can work out at home by doing toe raises. It's really going to up your game.
I actually, Raymond, it's funny because I make all of my students and a lot of the athletes I work with practice lifting their couch with their toes. It's a simple thing you can do while you watch TV. If you have an ottoman in front of your couch, you can just sit there and lift that thing up with your toes and develop that muscle, because we don't really, it's used, but it's not developed. You're spot on. And in board sports, it's a critical muscle set, and it has to be developed so that you can control the ankle. It'll give you a better flick. All kinds of things come from developing that muscle. Well said.
And prevent knee injuries. I mean, there's even a muscle called the soleus on the calf, and this muscle works with your anterior cruciate ligament within your knee, which prevents your tibia from going forward.
Right.
Anyone who's in sports knows that an ACL tear is going to put you out for 9 months, and you ain't going to be feeling the same when you get back.
It's a bad day.
Soleus muscle actually improve your knee health, and we want to be lifelong skateboarders. So I just had to throw that out. I had to get on my soapbox and be a health professional for a moment.
Well, hey, maybe we can drop some more information about that out of you later, and Paul, some ideas about how people can do home adjustments, maybe get a little bit of detailed stuff from you guys that we can share with people through our channels and websites. And I wanted to mention I know that we're just about out of time. Joe's probably ready to take the microphone and muzzle me, I'm sure. But we have another question on the chat that I want to share with you guys. And maybe, Joe, do we have time to answer it, or should we do that one offline?
Talking about the upper lower body.
Yeah.
That's too long.
Okay.
That would be another, we could probably do an entire segment. So Raymond and
That's
Paul,
what I was going to say. It's a big question. So
are you guys interested in coming back and doing maybe a live stream later on some questions that people have asked about the Ollie?
Yeah, yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
On a later date, since I'm in Europe and it's going to be late when this is over.
Okay,
I
so
will Eric Kirkwood. We'll take care of that.
Yeah, Kirkwood, Eric Kirkwood.
We'll see if we can't get Paul and Raymond to answer that question for you offline
And
for now,
Olympic
and
coach.
then we'll bring them back and dive deeper into it and get into the nerdy science of it all.
right on. So Raymond Tenbrook, skateboard scientist, and Paul Schmitt,
So let-
skateboard Hall of Faming icon. Anything else?
Let me share something with you guys a little bit, just so you know the Ollie Project. So I grew up in Florida as a kid. I was pretty lucky because Ollie told me if rails slid, that would be cool. So I made it happen. But the reality is that before that, how did he get the name Ollie? Here's a word that everybody in the world knows. It's this magical word, right? And so they had in between the neighborhoods a triangle, the neighborhood, the skate park, and a burger shack. And Alan would only eat one thing at the burger shack. It was called Lums, and it had 99 magic spices, and it was called the Ollie Burger. So that's how he got the nickname. So this is really the Burger Project, not the Ollie Project, the Burger
It's the
Project.
Burger Project. Burger sounds good right now. Just gonna say that.
Too many burgers, less Ollies. I don't know.
Well, actually, one of our speakers coming up, Tony and Uli from Surf Skate Science, are actually neighbors with Alan Gelfand. So I'm trying to get him on, because wouldn't that be cool if we could get him and Rodney talking about the Ollie? That's going full circle and back to our roots.
Yep.
And maybe he can show us one of those burgers. Are they still around?
No. Now, he did send me a picture of one of those places under construction a couple years ago, the building, and they tore a facade and it still had part of the name on the wall.
All right. I'm on a mission to find that burger now.
Yeah, 99 magic spices. I mean, when
People
you
who eat
get, when you
burgers.
get that many spices in, who knows? It's like the Ollie, it's got 99 things: the air temperature, the glare from the sun, the length of the tail, the wear on the tail, the diameter. There's like 99 things, right?
And you just made everyone hungry, Paul. So congratulations.
All right. Well, nice seeing you guys.
Nice seeing you.
Nice catch up with you, Raymond. Look forward to watching
Yeah.
the rest of the conference and see how the rest of it goes.
Raymond,
Hey,
thank you.
one last thing. Paul Schmitt wins the glasses competition of the 4 people that you can see on screen right now.
Okay.
Paul wins hands down.
Look at how rad they look from the inside.
Oh my gosh.
They're almost
Yes.
radder from the inside than the outside, right?
All right. So next up,
Yeah.
we're going from the Netherlands, where Raymond is right now, and we're heading on to the UK, the United Kingdoms. I've read the history on that. There was actually lots of kingdoms in England before it became UK, and they're all united now, and everything is fine. So Alex Barton will be coming up in a few minutes, and he runs ABC Skateboarding. And ABC Skateboarding has been around for 12 years. And before that, Alex was a professional skateboarder who is still skating as good as I wish I could skate. I've never skated as good as he can skate now at 35. So he's a great skateboarder. He's also a father. He's got kids, and he's running a shop, and he's really living the dream. He still skates. He runs a shop. He runs a school. He's got a wonderful family. And before we bring him on, we've got a video to watch that will help you understand who he is before he comes on. Seriously, there is a video. Hang on a second.
There actually is a video. Joe's not lying.
There we go.
My name's Alex Barton, and I've been skating for 16 years. After working in distribution for 5 years, wanted to do my own thing, and with my business partner, Adam, we came together and thought of opening up a physical shop and an online shop. The shop's tiny at the minute, but that's a conscious decision because we didn't want to take on these massive overheads that so many shops have to because they haven't got the opportunity like we have. The scene in St Albans is good, it's getting better. There's quite a few groups of skaters, everyone's really nice. And I think we can help just kind of keep that growing and growing by making videos and doing like comps on Go Skate Day and just stuff in the local area. We're in the process of growing a team. At the minute, it just consists of myself, Adam, my business partner, Charlie Spelzini, and Stefan Mail. Hooked those dudes up purely because I've grown up skating with them. Charlie as well, like from back in the day, like he was like 12 or 13 when I first met him. And Stefan as well, like he was one of those young kids that was just really good on a skateboard, and he's a really nice person. I wanted to create a team of people that all gel. You don't have to be the best, you just gotta be like a nice dude and gel well with everyone that's involved with the shop and be passionate about skating. Yeah, we've only been open coming into 3 months now. You just want to be a foothold in your community. Being an independent, I think, is really hard to do, but if you all stick together, like we share a shop with a tattooist, independent dude, skateboarder, we're helping him, he's helping us, so it all works out. It's all a challenge, it's all new. Setting up a business is a challenge, getting accounts with people can be a challenge, getting the right product in. But then I wouldn't say it's a challenge, I'd say it's just part of it. You just have to undergo it and see what happens.
All right. Wow. Like I said, I wish I could skate half as good as Alex does. That frontside ollie to wall ride is a dream for me. That is just so dreamy, what he did. Alex, are you there?
Hello. How's it going?
Thank you. What time is it in London right now, or near London in UK?
It's 7:32 at the minute.
PM. All right.
So not too late. Kids are in bed. I made it to the shop.
Thank you. How many kids have you got?
I've got 2 kids, a 5-year-old and a 3-year-old.
Whew, busy times.
Definitely.
Man, kids. My 11-year-old the other day was she was in her first skateboard lesson. She wanted to do a lesson, and the guy who's running technical for this show, Devin, who actually ran the first ever Learn to Skateboard Day event 4 years ago, he was running the class. And here we are, 4 beginning skateboard kids. I started them late, they're 11, they're not like 3 and 5 years old. And their first lesson, they're hanging onto bars on this rubber mat that we had by the playground. And after 10 minutes into the lesson, they were still hanging on the bars because they couldn't figure out how to roll. They looked up at Devin and said, "When are we gonna learn to ollie?"
That's always the first thing people want to learn. Ollie and dropping down quarter pipes.
Right. I'll bet if you look at the posts on Instagram for people learning to skateboard, the #1 thing that's up there is probably people getting ready to drop in and then eating it a lot.
Definitely. Yeah. Never good to see, but part of the process.
How do you teach people to drop in?
We start on the smallest ramp we can find, and we will teach them how to, say it's a flat bank, we'll teach them to drop in with the wheels behind the line, like behind the angle where it changes direction. And then, so just the back wheels are behind and the front wheels are in front. So it gives you, once you press down, you pause, then you roll in. So you're learning how to transfer your weight from the back to the front quite smoothly. And then as you get better and better, you move that front with those back wheels further and further closer to the edge until your back wheels are hanging over the flat bank, and it's an instant drop in then, but you've learned where to position your body and how to drop in. And then we progress to bigger ramps and then quarter pipes eventually.
I'm taking notes. I've never used that technique. I love
Yeah,
it.
it's a good one.
Well, how many beginning skateboarders do you think you've taught?
Oh, nah, that's a question. 12 years of coaching. I couldn't put a number on it. Thousands.
Wow.
Yeah.
And it went from, so here you are, one of the arguably one of the best skaters in the world. If you're sponsored, you're good enough to do that, and you're working with beginners. How do you make that leap? How do you connect with a beginner?
I don't know. I think that comes down to individuality. You know, you got to be a certain type of person to work with kids and young adults and things like that. You've got to be able to relate to them. Maybe we're all big kids, really, but you've got to be able to talk to them. You know, how I don't know, proactively, and get them engaged and talk in their terms, and relate to them, really show them interest, show that you care about teaching them how to progress.
Chris, in your training, when you do the skateboard education, the certified skateboard educator, you talk about connection.
It's pretty much the first thing that we talk about, because look, if you build a good relationship, you build that connection with your students, then you've got a chance of creating a fun experience. So just like Alex is talking about, it's, the connection can come from skateboarding, but no matter what, the connection has to exist. And so we put a lot of time and attention to that. And Alex, is that something that you guys are really focused on when you're getting in there? I mean, have you found that, building that sense of belief and trust, triggers the lesson in a good direction?
Yeah, I'd say it's something I do naturally. And I always have done. But for some people, it doesn't come naturally. So for some of my coaches, before they're left to kind of conduct a lesson on their own, they shadow me for 6 months maybe, to try and help that rub off on them, and just see how the difference between having the connection and not having the connection, and how that can affect the lesson, like you said. Having them shadow me and my other head coach, Charlie, means that they see firsthand just how important it is, and they start to kind of work that into how they deliver their lessons and things like that.
Have you ever brought instructors onto your team that are real introverted and have trouble reaching out and connecting? Have you had success like bringing them along to where they get outside themselves?
100%. Yeah, we've had, one in particular is kind of one we're kind of going through now, where we're at the point where it's like, cool, she's loving it, and she's engaging with everyone, whereas when she started, she'd be kind of like by my side, a little bit sheepish, and I'd be like, I'd have to, I try and encourage them to, it's not to point out certain things that the student might be doing incorrectly, or things that they could do better. I think that's a really important thing. Like each time a kid drops in, or each time a kid does not, it's like, cool, what could they do better to make it higher, drop in better, more fluid. Like, so this particular person, she'd be next to me, and I'm like, cool, do you want to tell that kid what they're doing, or like how to improve? And she's like, no, can you tell them? I was like, okay, well, you tell me and I'll tell them.
That's great.
So she's actively noticing what's going on, but she might not have the confidence to tell that individual, even this person's maybe 10, 15 years younger than her, she needs to tell me first, I pass it on. But then, over the last 8 months, she's really blossomed, and I can see her now. She's talking to the kids, and she's pointing these little things out, put your shoulder here, look here. It's amazing to see.
What do you think, if you could identify like something critical that helped her turn the corner? Do you think there was a moment, or was it like she just had enough experience and finally it was okay?
I think again, it's the shadowing of myself and my other coaches, of seeing the reaction we get when we analyze a student, and we inform them of like, cool, you need to stamp harder this time, and the repetition of that, and knowing that we're not going to get backlash from this kid, or we're not going to, the kid's absorbing everything we say. So if you think it's a valid point to point out, then say it. And I think over the time she's noticed that, and got more and more confident, and starting with just helping kids push along the floor. It's like, cool, move your back foot to the tail once it's back on the board, and be ready. Just stuff like that, and it just grew from there. And now I can leave her with a group of kids, and she's happy to chat away. They can talk about school and talk about all sorts, and still carry on with the lesson.
That's like the one of the most important side effects of skateboarding, right? Is that people find each other and find themselves through it, and they grow. They become a better version of themselves.
Definitely. I mean, that happens when you are a skateboarder, right? Like as you first start, you're probably quite an introvert going into the skate park for the first time. And then you meet people, you learn, you get better and better. And it's just, you just blossom and you just grow and you make new friends and all sorts. It's great.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right. So, you know, I think it's interesting that this summit that we've got together, it's called the Skateboard Education Summit, and we're really spending a lot of time on beginners, because what we're doing as educators is growing the community. And Alex himself, you know, personally can point to thousands of people he's brought into skateboarding. And first, my hat's off to you. Thank you.
Yeah, no, thank you. And, you know, while we're talking, I've got a live feed going and they're all like, oh, I remember joining ABC years ago. And, you know, it's really interesting, cool. You know, maybe like, 7 years ago. And they're now kind of like watching me on here and stuff. Yeah, it's cool.
That's great. Thank you. You know, in 1977, I went down to the City Hall in Tacoma, Washington to register a business. And I was 14 years old, so my parents had to sign for me. And I opened up a skateboard shop. Okay. And that was me actually getting product wholesale from NHS. I was getting Road Rider 4s for me and my friend Richard. And that was as far as it ever went. But I always wanted to own a skateboard shop. And when I reached out to you, I thought I was reaching out to a skateboard shop. And it turns out that you didn't start as a skateboard shop. You morphed and you grew into it. How did that happen? Where did you begin?
So, I mean, the way ABC began was our local indoor skate park was struggling to fill sessions and pay bills and things like that. And at that moment in time, I was learning to be a personal trainer. But I kind of thought I'd put those skills in line with my skills on a skateboard into teaching people how to skateboard, to try and encourage new people to join the Pioneer Club. So if I can teach them how to skateboard for that short window of, you know, learning to push to how to drop in, and then they come to those general sessions for the longevity. You know, I've been going there 22 years now, so hopefully, you know, those people are still doing the same as I did. We build that scene up a bit. From there, I kind of, you know, was growing ABC organically, session, like, you know, a weekly session here once a week. But then I joined a business that distributes CreateASkate brands, which was based just down the road from me, and kind of learned the distribution side of skateboarding, which was completely new to me. I'd never done sales. I'd never really thought about the other aspects of what skateboarding can provide other than the coaching, because that's what I'd kind of, I'd started to build myself on. And then it got to the point, then I was working for Form Distribution in the UK, who do, CreateASkate, Girl Chocolate, Lakai, 4-star at the time. Hopefully they bring that back one day. But I was getting so busy with my coaching, I didn't have any more hours to add to my coaching. So, because I was working a full-time job. So I needed to make a leap to free myself up a little bit or be more in charge of my time so I could teach more. So, like in the video that you showed at the beginning, there was an opportunity for me to join a shop that was a tattoo studio, who the owner is a skateboard friend of mine. He's been skateboarding for a long time. And I took the step to open up a little shop, you know, half the size of probably what we're in right now, probably even smaller.
Can you show us the shop right now? Can you move the camera around?
Yeah, sure. So, I mean, this is my pride and joy, my library wall.
Your wall of skate. That's sick.
Yeah.
It looks so good.
So, I had this ladder made. Again, it's a student that I teach. His daddy's a blacksmith.
Oh, that's
I had
cool.
this ladder made, but check this out. To make it really authentic, I hope you can see this. Can you see what it's sitting on?
Oh, come on.
And I'll put it out. It's got, I mean, they're getting a bit old now, but we're on some Spitfire Chargers, on some Indy 105s. So yeah, currently we're shut. So that's, you know, we're quite a small store.
I feel like we need to see you skate the ladder. I'm just kidding.
Well, before we put it in, we're based on a really big hill. And before we put it in, we were tempted to try and ride it down the hill.
I'm sure you were.
Probably wouldn't have been a great idea. But yeah, so that's our, you know, the main feature, a bit of apparel. And then behind me in the dark there, I don't know if you can see, is our tattoo studio.
That's cool.
And then we've got a basement full of all the other stock that we can't fit on the floor.
So how did it go from skateboard coaching part-time to running a shop? How did that happen?
So my plan was, during the day, I could sit in the shop. If we sold some stock, that's a bonus. If we didn't, I had somewhere to work and grow ABC. So I had an office. We had very low overheads. So, you know, I only needed to, it was like £300 a month for my rent at the time, which is nothing in real terms, especially where we are. It's really expensive. Then it was, you know, it meant that I could, you know, shut up shop early, do some teaching on a Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, whenever I needed to. It just gave me the flexibility to be, I guess, my own boss and be in charge of my hours. And the coaching then grew to a point where I had to employ someone to run the shop for me, because I was shutting the shop early every day. And, you know, I was off to meetings here, there and everywhere. So like, cool, I need to employ a local skater to kind of help me maintain this to start with. And then, yeah, we grew and grew. And over 3 years, we grew to a point where we didn't have enough space to hold the stock we wanted to because of the demand we had. So me and the tattooist made the decision to, yeah, move into a larger shop. And yeah, we've been going 6 years.
And so, you know, skateboard shops are notoriously difficult to survive. How big of a, I mean, can you imagine trying to run that shop without your skateboard lessons and the business they provide?
Yeah, it would have, the way I did it, it was kind of less of a risk for me because I knew that I had X amount of income coming from my coaching. Retail's difficult in any industry, but, you know, skateboarders are broke most of the time. They don't have a lot of money. So, you know, we're in a hard industry. Kind of keep going, but because we've got such a thriving scene where we are, you know, that helped massively. And I've been ingrained in that scene again for like 22 years now. So everyone knew who I was. They wanted to support the shop because they knew that we would support them, putting on events, you know, giving prizes out, you know, hooking up local riders, you know, things like that. But then the skate schools also fed the shop because we're introducing all these new people to skateboarding where we provide the equipment for them. When they get to a point where the parents are like, oh, you know, it's a bit of an investment spending £100 on a skateboard when we don't know if their little Johnny's going to carry it on. It's like, cool, come and learn with us. You know, we will teach them the basics. You'll be confident that they want to carry on, and then you'll invest in that, in their child to have a decent skateboard and continue their path on a skateboard, really. And joining our lessons or going to the general sessions, like I said, was the main passion for me, is to make sure that the Pioneer survives and has all these new users when I'm not there, kind of thing. So yeah,
Alex, how much does your, you know, your coaching, your teaching business feed into sales in your shop? I'm just kind of curious, like if you can draw a connection.
I got asked this the other day. It's really hard to put a figure on it. I would say, like, you know, it's a good percentage. I'd say maybe 30% maybe at a push.
It's pretty significant. Yeah.
And I'm one of these people. I'm not a pushy person. Like, you know, I'm not at my lessons. I'm not like, right, go buy from Lariat and, you know, you know, this, that, and the other, or vice versa. I'm not like, right, you bought a skateboard, you need to go learn skateboard. That's not me. Like, I can't do it. But, you know, they know that we're associated. If they want to come into our shop and get the advice that they need to get the right size skateboard for their learner who's 7, you know, or get fitted out for pads or, you know, stuff like that, we're here to help them. And, you know, we'll give them a discount because they're students of ours or vice versa. So, you know, it's, I probably should be like I said to Joe the other day, like I don't really advertise what we do at all. I don't promote our skate lessons because we're so fully booked all the time. If I promote them, I won't have the capacity to fulfill the demand.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I mean, when you have something good going, it's a great sign.
And yeah, you end up just disappointing more and more people. And the same with the shop. You know, we've got a really good turnaround, really good. I don't hold a lot of stock. I sell it, I buy more. I sell it, I buy more. I don't sit on stuff. So it just helps.
Alex, you were talking about you have how many coaches working full time now?
So we've got like 4 full-time coaches. We've got about 9 coaches in total, but we're looking to recruit at least 3 more full-time coaches going on to 2022.
So it's possible to make a living as a skateboard coach?
I'd say so, yeah, definitely. As long as you go about it the right ways and, you know, you set yourself up professionally, then I think, yeah, you can definitely make a living from it.
Well, it seems you have. You mentioned paying a mortgage.
Yeah, well, you know, a wife, 2 kids, mortgage, a shop, you know, all the bills that come with running a skate shop and a skate school, you know, your insurances, your equipment, your staff, you know, it all costs. But again, I would say it would have taken me about, you know, not 9 years to get to a point where I was like, all right, cool. Like this is a living now. It took that, I'd say it took that long for me to feel comfortable with the earnings.
Well, thank you.
Congratulations on that. Well done.
Would you do it again?
Yeah, in a heartbeat. I love it. All of it.
You mind if I reflect back on the Ollie project?
No, of course.
When you're teaching the beginners with the Ollie, they can't do an Ollie in the beginning, and you don't want them to get, you know, frustrated. What's your pathway into the Ollie? We
start with hippie jumps. So we're teaching kids how to jump off the ball of their feet whilst the board stays on the floor while they're moving, or stationary to start with, and then progress to moving, because then they're learning that compression to spring off the board. And then once they've got used to that feeling and they feel confident with that, we progress that to, you know, lifting that front foot up at the same time as they're performing the hippie jump. So they spring down to explode up, but when they're exploding up, they're, you know, call it a skip or a Morris dance or something like that. They bring the front foot up, but they trail the back foot slightly. So they're just kind of getting that motion. And then they introduce the springing off the back foot.
And they're doing this on a skateboard or not?
Yeah.
It's funny, Alex, and maybe you'll laugh, but I always think of this image of Peter Pan flying with the knee up and the back foot down, and then like the finish of the Ollie, like you know, a flying sidekick, like from the martial arts.
Yeah,
and I love
you land like a sumo wrestler, and then you land like a sumo wrestler.
Yeah, that's sick. Yeah, that's so good.
Strong. Like, yeah, completely.
Yep, that's so good. And the cool thing about hippie jumps too, right, is they're learning how to absorb the impact of the landing. So they're getting used to disconnecting and reconnecting to a rolling board, which is terrifying for people.
Yeah. My students, you know, I always say to them, you know, 90% of the time, if I ask you a question, it's either bend your knees or foot positioning.
That's funny. Spoken like a long-time coach.
Yeah, literally, like I'll be like, cool, what are you doing wrong? Like, didn't bend my knees enough? It's like, nope. Like, you know, absorb it. Like, you know, and you talk to people and you say to them like, cool, when you think you've bent your knees, because skateboarding is not just bending your knees, you know, you're squatting down, like you're really low. So like when you say to someone bend your knees, they kind of go like a little bit, and you're like, cool, when you think you've bent your knees, I want you to bend more. Like, you have to go further. Like, because they're just not used to it. Especially a lot of my adult learners, you know, they bend their knees, they kind of crouch like an inch. And you're like, no, you know, we're talking about sitting in a chair.
It's funny too, because they crouch from their hips, don't they? Like they forget the knee part. And you ask Joe, he'll tell you all day long, I beat him up about ankles. It's ankles. You got to bend ankles, knees, and hips, not just hips.
Yeah, you're sitting on your heels. You got to sit on your heels.
Yeah. Okay. Now we're into the Ollie Project, and wait till you see what Raymund has got about ankles. We did an entire segment on the ankles in the Ollie. It's coming up in a few weeks as soon as we get it finished. So, thank you.
I love his stuff. It's amazing. It's so informative.
Yeah, those guys are definitely coming back. They had so much interesting, really useful things that they were talking about.
Definitely.
So, Alex, what else would you like to talk about tonight?
I mean, I could talk all night long about what I do. I mean, we spoke about, how we started and things like that, but we started out as a skate coaching company. I say I started out, we grew our team, and now we've grown into this company that now advises our local government, our local schools. We're working with the Raymund Foundation in regards to mental health awareness within our culture. We, like I said to you the other day, the biggest thing that I'm really proud of is we helped design, build, develop Oxy Skate Park in Watford, which is a ginormous skate park based just outside of London. And our role there is to get as many people, young and old, onto skateboards and things like that, and just grow the sport and the culture around it, which then entails we've worked with them, we've worked with several other councils locally, and we've just finished last week and opened a new skate park in Ware, and we work with the local council there, and we've now got 74 schools around the local area that now want skateboard lessons. So it's in schools, yeah. But my plan really is it's great teaching in a school, but you've got a hall, and we can take some ramps, but it's not really a skate park. So my process with that is we go in there for 4 weeks. On the 5th week, we take them to the skate park. We put all the skills that they've learned over those 4 weeks into a real skate park environment, normally during the day, so it's quiet, and they can have us there to coach them and guide them and let them know do's and don'ts, the etiquette of skateboarding, which is so vital, especially when you're in a public space. It's really important, especially when you're learning. It's intimidating to go into a busy skate park, but if you know what you're doing, you can slip into there unnoticed and do what you want to do.
Right. Yeah. That you remind me of our our Skate Safe program, which does that. I've talked to a lot of people in the world, and a lot of times I'll just say skateboarding, neutral word, and a lot of times people will come back with the response like, yeah, I really want to, but those skate parks are really gnarly. They're scary. I'm afraid to go in. So to address that, we developed a sign. It's a yellow sign, and it's called Skate Safe. And it has that basic etiquette: look before you leap. Warm up, know your limits. And the hope is that that's going to allow people to have an entree, an up ramp into the skate park, so that they don't break the rules. They know what the rules are, and they feel more welcome there. And that really fits with one of the things you said in your video. And you said you look for nice people to be your coaches.
Yeah, it's so important, isn't it? I mean, just in general, I want to surround myself around people I want to hang around with. And, especially with my team, like we call them the Lariat family, I took this ethos from somewhere else, but I want to be able to sit in a van with them or traveling around the country for 4 hours and not want to throttle their neck. I want to be having a good time with these people. And the same with my coaches. I want them to be able to experience a career in an industry that they love to do. And, if they're nice people, good things happen to those people, and it all snowballs, and we all progress together. We all grow together. We all have the great opportunities given to us to progress, either skateboarding wise, professionally. There's just so much you gain from being nice, enjoying your skateboarding, loving it, and living it, really.
Well, yeah, it sounds like you're definitely living that dream.
Indoor, my own skate park. That's next.
Well, I'm working with the city to get a permit for my backyard. I'm putting in a bowl if anybody wants to come out, and Paul Schmitt is helping me design it.
Oh, I'll be there. Let me know.
Right on. Anything else before we go?
Um, I don't know what. Skate coaching, skate shop. You know, retail is quite difficult. So, you know, like I said before, having low overheads is a really good way to get into it. So we started with £1,000. I don't know what that is in US dollars or Canadian dollars, but £1,000 to get our shop going, to buy stock, to start selling and things. Now, there was, we're in a big shop. We're turning over quite a lot, and it's all just takes its time. You do it all. I do everything organically. I'm not here to push stuff, grow stuff. I'm here to just, if it needs it, I'll grow it, and we'll build it together. And I think, like I said, and you've picked up on, is community is so important. Your local skaters, your local scene. If you give to them, they'll give to you, and they'll support you. They won't shop online. They'll come to the shop and hang out and buy a deck rather than spend 20 minutes online sorting out a deck that they want. That's what's really important.
Right on. Alex, thanks for staying up tonight. I appreciate it. Thanks for being here.
No worries. Pleasure.
Thank you, Alex.
All right, I'm looking out to. I just put the Oxley Park into the chat, and I think that they're going to have an uptick in traffic of anybody who's visiting. What a park! And you were involved in that design, man. Thank you.
Yeah. So yeah. No, thank you. It was a great project. Took about 7 years to get going, but we got there.
Congratulations. Keep it up. I'm looking forward to meeting you when I come to London.
Yeah, honestly, tap me up. We'll come hang out at the skate park and hang out. It'll be good.
Thanks a lot.
No worries. Pleasure. Lovely.
So it's time for a break. We're going to take about a 5-minute break, and for part of that time, we'll have a video on from, I think it's going to become from Make Life, Skate Life. After that, we will be on with the people at Surf Skate Science, who are taking the STEAM course. They're bringing skateboarding to the STEAM education. That's going to be a lot of fun. If you want to, I'm throwing that into the chat. If you guys want to check out Surf Skate Science before we come back, 5 minutes. I'll see you soon. Okay, we're supposed to be going live now. I'm just waiting for the technical stuff to get fixed. There we go. I think we're live. So our next guest, and will be the one or two people. It's going to be Tony and Uli. I'm sorry. Uli will be coming on to talk about surf skate science. And this team of people have put together a phenomenal opportunity for kids who are interested in all sorts of the STEAM curriculum. And Tony and Uli have found a way to put skateboards and surfing into the science and all the other parts of the STEAM curriculum. And I'll let Tony explain that. She's ready to come on and introduce hold it. Do we have a video first? Hang on just a sec. Georgia, do we have a video? Got it. Okay. So we're going to watch a video about surf skate science before we bring on Tony and Uli. Theoretically. If it doesn't work, Tony, are you good to talk now? Oh, there we go.
We've always been passionate about surfing and skateboarding. Several years ago, we started a science class for our son who was homeschooled at the time. Our idea was to take something we loved and to teach science through it. I'm Tony Feliciardi.
And I am Uli Feliciardi.
And we founded Surf Skate Science. Surf Skate Science exists to bring science to life through skateboarding and surfing to kids in 3rd through 10th grade. We offer weekly classes to the community for kids to learn about science, technology, engineering, arts, and math. Basically, we let the skate parks and the oceans be their lab.
It's all about physics, and that's all applicable to a surfboard.
With the pandemic, there's a lot of new families that are homeschooling. Because of that, we had to figure out how to meet increasing demand for classes. We want to give them a way that it's fun to learn about math, it's fun to learn about science, and get them excited about learning. Every time we meet, we do about 45 minutes of science, and that includes some kind of hands-on lab, and then they go to the skate park and try to apply what they learn. It's a really good way to get them excited about math without really knowing they're doing it.
I was that kid that didn't get math, but when I was passionate about something and I was building this ramp and it had to be perfect, I realized that math is so important.
Our goal is to get kids interested in science and technology. With action sports, there's already a ton of science involved. Skateboarding without physics wouldn't happen.
We don't just go and sit at a desk and do our work. It's like recess and school mixed together at the beach or a skate park, which I really enjoy.
This is our first year homeschooling. It has been quite a journey, and with COVID, it was really important to make sure that she wasn't feeling isolated. This has been a great way to meet new friends and to get outside and to learn.
I mean, this is it. This is what I do. I love it. And when it's passion, it's not work.
If you're passionate about something, you can do anything. And I think Uli and I just love skateboarding and surfing. We love the community that it brings together. And we're learning alongside the kids about how to make the program more valuable. The pandemic has forced us to think outside the box. But we are excited for Surf Skate Science to keep evolving to meet the needs of the community.
1, 2, 3.
Tony, hi.
Hello, and Uli's on here too. He just can't get his video to go on. It says his video's disabled.
Totally understand.
Get
I was
on
just having
earlier.
technical difficulties.
It's all good. She's a lot prettier than me, so it's good.
You've got your regular arm, Uli. There you go. Let me see if I can fix it. Chris, I'll work on the video thing here.
Yeah. So Tony, I love the video. I coach surfing, snowboarding, and skateboarding, and I gotta tell you, like the connection between all three of the board sports is just amazing. But watching what you guys have built, and bringing that to life and inspiring kids to to expand their mind and their knowledge base through it is pretty impressive. It's I always tell people that teaching surfing is like teaching people how to skate in a skate park if there were like an avalanche coming to get you every 3 to 5 seconds. But I love it. I mean, that video just clearly described what you guys do, and it seems very special. Can you tell me a little bit about how you guys got inspired to do this originally? Was this something that was, just a crazy idea that you leaned into, or were you coming off of another project or something?
I guess I can tell you, like, we both have different reasons we did it, but I went to school for ocean engineering and then ended up opening a skate shop. I know it has nothing to do with each other, but we had a skate shop with an art gallery and a music shop, and that's where I met my husband. And then we ran Ramp 48 skate park down in South Florida for about 15 years. And then we moved to Texas to help start another park out there because we had been traveling a bit to help people start little skate projects. And when we got out to Texas, it was an oil boom. The schools were terrible. So we decided to try homeschooling our kids.
Yeah.
And so we did a couple homeschool days, and we've always worked during the CreateASkate program with Paul over the years, even at the skate park for summer camps. And so we did that out there in Texas. And then we ended up moving back to Florida because we had a family member that was sick that we had to take care of. And it was, very close to the time that everything happened at Stoneman Douglas down here at about 10 minutes from us. And we just saw such a need for community and a lot of parents that were scared to send their kids back to a traditional school.
Yeah.
And we had a preteen crazy skater that didn't want to sit down and do school. So we just said, hey, what if we meet at the beach once a week, and then the next week meet at the skate park once a week, and we'll do science class there. And that's kind of how it was born. It just kept moving from that. I'll let Yuli share too, because he's got a little different perspective on why he started it with me.
Yeah, I mean, we've grew up skating and surfing, right? And for me, as I walked into her skate shop, and it was a cute little blonde girl, and we became really good friends. And skateboarding's always kind of, for me, it's more skating than surfing. I mean, I love surfing too, but skating's more where I fit in. And I've had the privilege to go around the world and build skate parks. We've done a lot of really cool projects and stuff like that. So we've always kind of been in the mix. I ran Ramp 48 for so long. I mean, we were doing a lot of innovative stuff. I mean, at that time, we were, doing kind of like Bible studies on Tuesday night at a skate park. People were like, what are you doing there? And then we moved on, we evolved, and started doing skate camps at Ramp 48. We used to call it Ramp Camp. We did that for many years. And then, I was involved in all kinds of little projects, like the Ethiopia skate park project. Was involved in that, a Liberia project where we gave skateboards to child soldiers, and just stuff like that. We were always just meeting the needs. And I think now we kind of meet a local need, and I just saw like there was a need in education, and for Tony, she got the science thing like that. I got the skateboarding thing, and it's like, I love watching a kid, and this, even for many, many years, now they're like 20 something years old, they're even pro skaters like Jamie Foy. He grew up at Ramp 48. So I got to see him like his process of now he's a pro skater. Right. And he's like, but I remember him as a kid, so I got to see that process. And, I was listening earlier about mental health awareness. Yeah, man, like you put a kid up on a 4-foot mini ramp and you put something like something, on his brain, it's firing, it's like problem solving. You see it in his eyes, it's like his brain's like on fire because he's like, can I do this? and then we could teach him about trust and about, taking instructions and stuff like that. So for me, it's just what we do. And so surf skate science was really something, Tony was like, hey, let's meet this need and let's do it, and for me, it's more, I just do more of the skating stuff, the instructions, make sure the instructors are there. But all the instructors are my friends, they grew up at the skate park and stuff. And some of them remember me. So wherever I go, I can be in a gas station and some kid's like, yo, bro, like you were like an uncle to me. And, and all I was doing was just trying to figure it out. Like, all right, I was running a skate park. And we did so much more,
Yeah, it seems like you guys are cultivating hearts and minds as much as you're teaching skateboarding or surfing.
Yeah, I like to like holistic education. So like mind, body, spirit, so like, when we're doing class, not only are they learning about traditional education. So like this semester, we're learning about engineering, but they're also learning those life lessons that people have talked about over and over again, resiliency and confidence and all those great life lessons that you learn through skateboarding, and leadership lessons. And then they're also, getting physical activity. So they're getting science class, they're getting leadership class and PE class all in one, basically. So
that's really cool. Have you guys had any like major breakthrough moments with students yet? Have you had like some turning point moments since you started this?
Almost every week, like we see something where, for me, what a breakthrough moment is when I see a kid up with like a bicycle helmet and it's his mom. And now we're in this new culture that parents are encouraging their kids to skateboard. That's
weird, right?
That is so foreign to me because my mom and dad, because I started skating in 81, right? So I remember my mom and dad saying, please don't skate. You're going to end burro, which means, burro, you're going to be a troublemaker. And they used to beg me not to skate, right? Yeah. So now I see parents, encouraging their kids. So here's a little homeschool kid with a bicycle helmet and has no idea. And it's just fear, man. It's like, they're going to throw me down this ramp. I don't know what I'm getting myself into. And I just love the process of, first off, it starts with hi, my name's Yuli. What's up? What, and I start kind of like, all right, you got a skateboard. Okay, that's a penny board. Probably don't want to go down a ramp with that. So I start teaching them the history of a skateboard, and the science behind a skateboard. So they get super stoked. And then they start trusting you. And then you start explaining the whole skate process, how it's forward motion. Your skateboard's going to take you from, go forward, right? If you break, you're going to fall, right? If you push back, you're going to fall. And I even show them, like with a mini ramp, skateboard doesn't even need you, man. Put a skateboard on a mini ramp. It's going to go back and it's going to come back. It's like a boomerang. All you got to do is listen to me, right? And trust me and try to keep up with the board. That's how I kind of hold his hands and stuff. So those are breakthrough moments that I get, like, I'm like, oh my gosh. And then what happens is 10 years down because I've been in this for like 30 years now, man, like involved in doing camps and helping and, volunteering. And it's crazy when 10 years, 5 years down the way, they're like am skaters or pro skaters. And like when I met him, kid didn't even know how to get on a board. He was terrified. And now they're like, they're killing it, and it's just like, it's so neat. But there's science with everything, right? So for tomorrow, we're going to be meeting at Lot 11, and we're talking about the science of a helmet. So what we're doing is we're taking eggs, we're putting it on like different like parachutes and stuff, and like lifting it up and seeing how to make that egg not crack. And it's kind of the same science behind a helmet and how it harnesses all the the pressure and stuff. So it's cool to do that.
It's really cool, yeah.
I need Tony to kind of walk me through that science. And I'm lucky, man, because I have a science nerd. Sorry, I call you a nerd, honey, but she loves science. So she's the one that looks at it and go, man, what's the science behind that? And then she researches it. And
for so many of us, we're talking about being visual learners or kinesthetic learners. So many of us learn by doing. And when
Yeah.
you're sitting in a classroom for 8 hours, you're not able to move, you're not able to learn that way. So our classroom allows them to be able to move and experience what they're learning. So I know that y'all reposted our scientific process. So we did a little video on that showing the kids, how is skateboarding like the scientific process? And once you share that, how learning a trick is the same thing as the scientific or engineering process, it makes sense to them. Just simple things like that. Simple machines, learning about levers like Paul was talking about earlier, or we've done skate park architecture. We've been able to team up with CEMEX and do little mini skate parks and do architecture and engineering of skate parks. So we've
really cool.
Do a lot of fun things, and really it's just anything I imagine that seems like fun to me, I can do because it's our classroom. So it's been a lot of fun. So like this semester with engineering, we're doing the engineering behind helmets. We did reverse engineering last week where they took apart trucks and put them back together and figured out how they were made. We're going to do the engineering behind skate shoes and how skate shoes are developed to reduce injury for skaters.
That's really cool.
And I get to learn too, right? Because she goes to me, hey, Yuli, take this shoe and cut it in half. And what I did last week is I cut it in half, and then I saw the insoles and all the different, and I'm like, wow, there's technology here, and I learn, and you see what I'm saying? Because for me, man, like when I started skating, I mean, you put on shoes and skate, right? And now it's like there's all these shoes out there, and it's like all this technology, and it's really neat. And so that's kind of like the excitement for me, because I'm also learning, and if you haven't picked it up, I'm super ADD. So like I'm all over the place with things, but my passion is I'm just genuinely excited about skateboarding, and when I ran Ramp 48, I don't claim to be some like cool guy ramp builder. I just love skateboarding so much that I learned how to build, like I built a wood bowl in Ramp 48. And let me tell you, man, I learned so much about math, man, but it's that math that just drives you insane. Even the bowl corners, and we had a waterfall, right. So 5 feet, then 6 feet, then 7 feet. Then you gotta figure out this and that. And man, I learned so much through it. So now I get to transfer that on, to these kids. And I'm like, listen, if I can build a bowl and learn the math, and you can do it, you can do this, man. There's a formula to do all this.
Okay. So question for you about the helmet science you're doing with the eggs. Do you give them extra padding so the egg doesn't crack? So you guys get to play around and experiment? Because my daughter just did this with they give her a plastic bag and some popsicle sticks and cardboard, and you can't win with that.
So I actually got the foam that skateboard helmets are made out of, so they can make little mini skate helmets for their eggs. I also got little crash test dummies so we can try them on little people, those little adjustable figures.
That's cool.
So no, I make sure to make it fun, but my whole thing is I want them to have an aha moment where they get what they're learning. So I think a lot of times in school we're reading through a book, we're not getting the lesson until we actually put it into action. And I think that's so important. And then more than that, like, we're blessed to live in South Florida. Alan Gelfin's down here, Craig's down here with the Ollie book. We have,
Mark Lake.
We have Mark Lake. We have so many resources down here of people to pull from, and community organizations that we're able to bring people in to our class to talk about their careers and what they've done through skateboarding, or was skateboarding in engineering, or skateboarding in architecture. So it exposes the kids to different STEAM careers, and hopefully they get excited about it. So we've had a couple of kids that really love architecture, and our son Zion's in his 3rd year of architecture, and he teaches an online class with them about skate park design. And we get tons of people asking us, can he teach the class again? And then we have a girl in our surf class that learned about microplastics with an organization down in Miami. And she is only 10 and started a big nonprofit called Mina's Marine Military, cleaning the beaches. And she actually flew to Greece to meet a scientist
that's cool.
Does stuff with microplastics. It's super awesome. So you get those kids that really are passionate about something you teach. And those are, for me, those are my aha moments. I mean, I love seeing the girls drop in and start skating really well too. But as far as like the science end of it, is when a kid really gets excited about something. And that's really cool to me.
No, you just never know when the thing you talk about and the thing you share with them is going to stick, and maybe stick for life, right?
Right.
You guys are doing really, really good things.
Yeah. So, you know,
Yeah.
for me, it's about having, you know, the capacity to be creative. I think schools have taken that out. We put, like I said, we put kids in a desk. They're taught that there's one right answer to every problem. And we've taken that creativity out of things. So I think that it's really important to give them that freedom to be creative. And I think skateboarding goes perfect with that. So I always joke, and I talk, you know, I say this to Yuli all the time, like we look at a picnic bench. Most people look at it as a place to sit down and to eat their lunch. A skater sees a picnic bench and they see endless possibilities, endless potential. And I want the kids to see that in STEAM as well. And it goes so well together. So to see that there's endless possibilities and that everybody has a unique style and a unique gift and a unique passion. And that as long as you do it your way, the best you can, you're going to eventually succeed. If you stop, you know, keep trying, you're never going to fail.
Tony, what would you say to people who want to do what you're doing locally?
So yeah, I think you definitely have to be passionate about it, and love the skateboarding community. For us, right now, about 30, we only work with homeschoolers right now, just because there's only so much we can do personally. But there's about 30% of our community homeschools right now. But yeah, it's definitely been a great blessing, but it's a family business. So you have to be really committed. It's a lot of work, and you have to love skateboarders. I mean, pretty much that's it.
You're not doing franchises, are you?
We talked about that. We're probably going to end up selling curriculum and doing little science boxes for people who aren't near a beach or near a skate park. So I think that that's probably the way we're going to go.
Great.
So
we'll be sharing information afterwards so that people can reach out to you for that. That would be a blessing to learn more.
Sorry, we have a whole bunch of videos on our website too that are free on our YouTube station as well, especially that we did during lockdown of COVID. So we were able to have the artist from Santa Cruz on one day talking about art. We did a whole bunch of different things. We had Craig from the Ollie book on one time. Yuli, who else did we have on?
We had Hobgood come on.
Yeah,
CJ Hobgood. That was a great class. And we just had some other, like, we had this one like ocean engineer, like marine biologist, and she was like one of the scientists that go down like miles down the ocean and stuff in like this little craft. And it was just so cool. She took the time to talk to our students and stuff. So that was really
skate park project. They were on talking about skate park advocacy. So yeah, there's a lot of those videos that are still online that are free to access.
I mean, there's just so much you can, when you think about it. I mean, because both Tony and I, we still kind of work at our local surf and skate shop, right? So we're still, but there's so much we can do. I mean, there's even talks about, what if schools, like high schools, could have like a skate team, their own skate park within the, there's just so much there's all these conversations going on right now with education and skateboarding. It's phenomenal. I mean, I'm honored to be a part of this call, and I'm encouraged just by the conversations. I was listening to the guy in London. I mean, I'm so hyped to hear that there's many of us, or I should say there's few of us, but we're all kind of doing something that's complementing each of us, Yeah,
we're learning that it's a big and incredibly creative and talented culture, and there are people all over the world trying to figure out how to bring skateboarding into life and bring it into schools in different countries and just make a difference through it. It's incredible.
And we just try to meet the need. I mean, honestly, guys, I'll just tell you, like, I'm kind of scratching my head because I still don't know what we're doing. But on Sunday, we're doing a bat mitzvah for a girl. And basically, she goes to our skate camp, and she just, like, as she's going to be introduced, they want the couple skaters, and we have some skate art happening there, a bunch of boards, and it's just like starting to get really popular within families. I mean, this is a 13-year-old, 12-year-old girl, I think it's bat mitzvah, but it's what an honor, right? Like to be able to just be there, you know, and my son's going to do some of his grip tape art, you know. I'm still figuring out what I'm going to do because they don't want me to build any ramps, but I guess I'm bringing my skateboard collection and hang out and like, you know, and bring some of the skate camp kids over and stuff. And it's just phenomenal that people are asking us, because back in the 80s, they didn't want us. I mean, yeah, you had your movies, you know, your local skater, man, like, nah, don't bring them, you know, like that's how it was. It was like, my parents were like, please don't skate, you know, we don't want you, you know, getting in trouble, you know.
So I see like somebody's mentioning the college scholarships, and there's like Pushing Borders has had education in there as well. And then also we've been super blessed to be able to share our curriculum with a project in Mozambique and one in Guatemala to see if it works globally, because that's something I really thought was important. I want people to be able to take our curriculum and start little micro businesses at skate parks. So most people who work in projects in other countries aren't making a ton of money doing it. So this is a way for them to have additional income. And so it's really cool. So we've been able to work with a partnership of a school in Miami that's actually partnering with the skate project in Mozambique, and we can send stuff back and forth. And they've actually built skate parks with us. It's pretty cool. So,
that's really cool.
So that's the bigger picture, is like, I'd really love to see this as a way to get kids excited about science and engineering around the world. So that's kind of my bigger picture of it, is you can take this anywhere. So.
Wow. Thank you.
Yeah.
That's exciting. My kids have been looking at it, they keep asking me when we're going to open up a surf skate science in Olympia, Washington.
Nice.
That would be
totally do it there.
It'd be an honor, man. What it's all about. We love the opportunity to work with y'all, because I mean, I feel like we all come from the same, you know, the passion, like the love for skating. And, you know, when you put in education and you're encouraging kids, it's awesome, you know, so that'd be great.
Yeah, we'll be in touch.
Hope so.
Yeah, so that's my plan. Hopefully this summer, we've just had a couple crazy summers with skate camp and COVID. We've been selling out like crazy. And so the idea is not to do as much work with our skate camp, so I can actually get this all together so people can use it in other places. So.
All right, we'll keep everybody posted. When it comes up, let us know. We'll spread the word. We'd love to.
Thank you.
Ulysses, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Awesome.
Thank you both. It was great to talk with you.
Nice speaking to you. Thank you for having us.
Well, next up, we have Skateworks, which is a family-owned and operated skateboard school and skateboard shop in Los Altos and Santa Cruz. And once again, we're going to start out with a really cool movie section that will introduce the operation to you.
All right. What? Okay, listen.
Skate shop's kind of a meeting zone, a place where people can gather and go skate if they want or hang out.
There is like a brotherhood of skateboarding where kids are just accepted by their peers.
A good skate shop becomes pretty much a clubhouse, and that's what I think a lot of shops are missing these days.
It's becoming a dying breed. The internet is a big part of the demise of retail at a lot of different levels.
The internet has changed the dynamic for shops like ours, independent shops.
If you don't support your local skate stores, pretty soon there won't be those meeting places, and there won't be that involvement with the skating community. Lots of options, lots of places to buy everything. We're an overloaded society with nothing but choices. So the choices you make will determine whether the independent stores stay around.
The future of Skateworks, I would hope that, you know, my daughters want to take the reins of it at some point, and, you know, so we could be like third generation family business.
I still enjoy it and work with people and be involved in a good youth-driven kind of an industry that probably keeps a little bounce in my step at this point in life.
I feel you ripping them off of the AM. We'll take them and make me someone
All right, so this looks like one of those videos where they want to hide the
witness.
identity of the witness protection program.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, so we have, yes, I won't riff on that one. So Jason, thanks for being here.
How's it going, everybody? Just disclaimer, aside from being in the witness protection program, also about 48 hours in to a positive COVID. So I'm just kind of hunkered down with the family right now. So I'm kind of at about 70%. So if I start coughing, I'll try and mute myself in time. But yeah, thanks for having me.
It's a pleasure, and thanks for really manning up and doing this. This is I know some people who've been a lot of friends now are getting the COVID, and they're knocked flat. You're toughing it out.
Oh, yesterday was not a good. It was one bad day. First day wasn't bad. Today's been okay. Yesterday was pretty much mostly in bed. But,
all right, fingers crossed for tomorrow.
Yes.
So you and I talked a bit, and I really discovered I didn't have much to say because you've really got a lot of interesting stories to tell. So I think we decided to start it off with, if I was a skate shop owner, why would I want to bother offering skateboard lessons to people who don't even know how to skateboard?
Yes. Well, it was we started in 1988, and I will say at that time, the thought of doing skateboard lessons sounded very foreign to me, all the way up until we did start offering them, which was in about 2011. My brothers and I grew up going to skate camp and stuff like that, but that was a totally different environment than instructional, so to speak. It was a little bit more like there was not a lot of skate parks, so you could, go to the YMCA skate camp and just like skate for a week, and you got to vibe with the other skaters, and it was like super fun experience. But the instruction was kind of very loose. And when we started doing skate lessons, we were able to convince our kind of semi-progressive landlord into letting us have a mini ramp in the shop, which is the first lease in 30 years that we've been able to do that successfully. Usually it's kind of like, nah, no way, the insurance is too gnarly. But this one was like, if you can find the insurance, have at it. So that was a big start for us, because there's no skate park in Los Altos, which was pretty much where we run the bulk of our skateboard lesson program. So, as far as the why you would want to offer skateboard lessons, for one, just like having a shop, it's, spreading the word and, exposing people to skateboarding that maybe wouldn't see it. We've got our ramp kind of surrounded by like hockey glass, so it's totally visual when you walk in the store. So like so many parents and kids walk into the shop and like, they have their coffee or ice cream right between a boba place and an ice cream store. So they walk in there and just like, he just wants to watch the skateboarding. She wants to, so there's like little 5 and 6 year olds all the time just coming in there and just like watching the skating, whether it's just open skate or whatever. And it's just, you can just see in their eyes like, whoa, I want to do that. And a lot of parents, even though we're starting to get to that point where there's so many generational skate dads now, which wasn't really a thing in the 80s. There was obviously skaters in the 60s and 70s, but I don't know that they would label themselves skaters as much as, the kids that grew up skating in the 80s and 90s would. So it's, parents seem to be a little bit more like accepting to their kid getting into skating. And then like, if you add to that the fact that they don't have to invest in it, we've got loaner equipment for them to just kind of like test the waters, kind of qualify the interest and see if they respond to it. But it's a very big component of what we do. The lessons themselves, after you pay your instructors and the insurance and everything, it's not that you're making a ton of money from the lessons specifically, but you're introducing so many skaters to skateboarding, and hopefully, creating that like bond of a skater and customer. So when they need to get a helmet and pads and a board, they're coming to you, and you've already got that kind of relationship going.
Have you noticed a strong connection there? Are you seeing like the results in terms of how your sales work within your community there?
Absolutely. Yeah. It's been, we've been doing the lessons there for about 11 years now, actually coming up on 12. And the demand is far exceeds the supply right now. Like finding instructors is our biggest challenge. It's funny listening to Alex from ABC. It was just like, wow, it's almost the identical story except for different origin story. You know, we started as a shop and then started branching into lessons, and that's now like getting overwhelming for us as opposed to like starting at the shop and now building the opposite direction. But very, very similar stories, and a lot of commonality there as far as like, establishing that relationship, sharing the stoke, and seeing the monetary influence of doing it is also, it helps sustain the shop, in the Bay Area, which is not a low rent area. We're in the Silicon Valley, which is right the smack dab and like just a very expensive rent area for operating a store like ours at a retail level. So having to get experiential retail is key, just keeps it interesting, gives people to come a reason to come back in. And talking to Joe this morning, I mean, we do during the school year, we do about 25 lessons a week, private lessons or semi-private. So that's 1 or 2 skaters, whether it's siblings or friends. And that's, 25 families come into your store each week, whether they buy something or not, they're in your store. It just, it turns into sales. So it's a good thing.
If they're in your store, do you make coffee and sell coffee?
Like I can't do that. It's against my lease because I got a Pete's right next door and a boba place on the other side of me.
There you go. So you're creating business for them. So you're a good neighbor. Absolutely,
yeah.
What are you doing to pursue new coaches and hire? Like, sounds like that's a challenge for you, you're saying?
It is a challenge. It's also challenging because we don't have a skate park there in Los Altos, which, I've been, working on that for the last 10 years, and we're finally making some headway based on this last summer's. Our camps were super successful. As Tony was mentioning, there's just so much pent up demand during COVID that parents were just like dying to get their kids into some sort of program. And so we had a super successful 6 weeks of camp. In fact, the city told us that, their payout to us was the largest they've ever had in the history of the city of Los Altos to a vendor offering any sort of class or program.
That's pretty awesome.
It's awesome because every time I went to council and spoke in the open minutes, they would always come back with, it seems too special interest. I don't think there's enough interest, blah, blah, blah. And so they took that and they contacted me after they cut the check and they're like, so it seems that there is a lot of interest actually. And so they've they allowed me to put it on the agenda for Parks and Rec. So we're finally making some headway there. But yeah, as far as scouting the potential instructors, obviously there's a vetting process to a certain degree. I'm super curious to learn more about what you guys do as far as the qualifying process and protocol and things like that. But, we've been going as far as just being a decent judge of character, if somebody's responsible and reliable and trustworthy and can have a conversation with an adult and is enthusiastic with the kids and can make that connection. We get a lot of people that come in, they're ripping skaters, but they just are, mashed potatoes as far as personality. And you're like, yeah, it's great that you rip and all, but just keep ripping. This isn't for you.
To skateboard is not necessarily tied to the ability to connect with a child or even an adult and help them overcome the fear and all the strangeness. Chris and I we're both self-taught skaters, like I think everyone of our generation.
Totally.
What means we were taught by other skaters, we were taught by other kids, and we put together what we thought would be a program that if somebody had gone through our program and become a certified skateboard educator, we would trust our children with them. That was our guidelines.
Yeah, that was and we really want to give, especially because, our expectation is that there's be a wide age range of potential instructors, but it's really important that they have that if they go through our program, they have the tools to do a good job for you. I mean, we really want them to have the tools right away to be a great coach.
I'm doing wrong in this situation.
Yeah.
So as if when
iPad D kept coming up, I didn't know if there was a different someone.
You were getting a little feedback there. Sorry about that. Yeah, I was just saying that our goal is to make sure that this process, when they go through it, like Joe said, that you know, we would feel comfortable sending our kids with an instructor who went through this process.
Yeah.
But I mean, that secondary mission is to make sure that, you know, if you were to put, you know, your instructors through the program, that they come back to you more ready than they ever have been to teach and connect and manage the risk, and, you know, really understand the mechanics of, you know, movement analysis and how to build a progression and how to navigate the skate park with their group and all those tools. It's a big toolkit that we try to cram into a tight experience. But
absolutely, it sounds awesome. Yeah, we've been kind of, like I said, going the old-fashioned route, which is, you know, our seasoned instructors, when we're hiring new ones, they shadow them for, you know, a few lessons and kind of get the gist for it, and then they help out with some of the camps that are, or after school programs that are a little more group effort of instructors, and kind of cut their teeth that way. You know, of course, we do the background check and that kind of stuff and make sure that they're not pulling the wool over your eyes with some weird stuff. But,
right, and those hoops are important, right? I have a question for you.
Sure.
If you're okay with me asking, because I'm always curious about our process and the value that it creates for someone in your situation, right? Because you're building a school, you need instructors.
Mm-hmm.
If an organization like ours built something, what would be the most important things that we would do for you?
Well, depending on how the qualification would work, would it be like a police academy, almost like you go and spend a week and then
you go in, you come out the other side, you're ready to go.
Yeah, exactly. Or like an online course, or kind of but you know, if you guys had some sort of a registry of people and we're able to connect through a network of areas where people live and things like that, to where we could use that as a resource, like, hey, let's look and see if there's any people in the Bay Area here that are looking for work that meet these qualifications. You know, that would be awesome as a resource. Right now, we're currently, you know, we kind of comb the colleges. Like, we sponsor the Stanford Skate Club, and you know, we set up a little park for them out at their campus, and they just got a bunch of little ramps and things, and that we donated, and those guys are all juiced, and for the most part, not that if they're at Stanford, they're automatically a good guy, but they're, you know, they understand, they can have a conversation with parents, and they're responsible and things like that. So we've got a lot of those guys we pulled from, and then our team riders, of course, you know, who've been hanging out at the shop for years, who we know their parents and know their upbringing, and, you know, they're good skaters, and, you know, so that's kind of our talent pool that we're usually pulling from.
That's pretty smart. You sponsoring the Stanford Skate Club, like, I mean, I'm sure you could expand your reach there through other local community colleges and universities, but that's a smart move, because that's, I mean, depending on how you're set up, that's a great way for them to earn extra income while they're going to school.
And
plus,
you know,
if they're passionate, you know.
Yeah, we just offer them a discount, and then basically, like, have a Tuesday nights they bring the crew down, skate the ramp, you know, after we close, and have kind of their little meetings each week there. So it's, you know, it's great for them and great for us. They brought in a lot of like new skaters that we never saw before. So
that's cool. Yeah, that's a good move.
Well, cool. Joe. Yes.
When I was in college, I had you know, I had the normal jobs. I was a lifeguard, worked at McDonald's, all that bit. If somebody would have offered me a job as a skateboard coach, I would have definitely taken it. What can a skateboard coach earn?
So we start our guys, and this, I know people are listening from all around the country, if not world here, but the Bay Area, you know, minimum wage is $15.65 an hour. So, you know, that's kind of our entry point for someone who's kind of green, coming in, shadowing, and doing lessons with kids that we've been doing lessons with, that we know, like, okay, he can handle this person. Some of our, you know, more seasoned guys are in the $25 to $30 an hour range.
Boy, that's sweet.
Yeah. So, I mean, and with us, you know, the thing that the problem is the inconsistency, because we're only 4 and 5 on weekdays, and then, you know, 8 hours a day on the weekends. So unless they're basically working a lot of hours, it's still challenging to make ends meet with that salary. So it's a constant, and it's a revolving door. You know, we've got a lot of students, so they're finishing college and moving on, or finishing high school and moving on to college out the area. So you got guys that become a great asset and been with you for 3 years, and then all of a sudden they're like, sorry dude, I'm moving to Hawaii or Colorado or whatever.
Right. Right.
So
However, if there's anybody who wants to live in Santa Cruz or Los Altos, you've got
yes, open door, open arms.
I'll take a plug out too. Our company, different from UC, owns 4 skateboard schools in Shanghai. So if
wow,
if anybody's heading out there and they're looking for a job as a skate coach with a very flexible schedule, is the way I like to present it.
Yes.
And it pays just as much as Skateworks.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Yeah, there's another organization we work with. We're certifying their skaters now. It's called Skate Gym, and they pay their experienced coaches $30 an hour, and if they're UC certified, they pay them $40 an hour.
Mm-hmm.
I guess I really shouldn't have mentioned that in your thing, but
no, that's good. I mean, it gives us something to aspire for. We're, when we started doing lessons 10 years ago, we were doing $40 an hour
right.
for 1 or 2 skaters, and we're currently at $60 an hour. But we're we were going to raise that price come January 1st, but we've been kind of hesitant just because we don't know if that's going to be a pain point. But with us paying our instructors more and our insurance, of course, even though we're accident free, still goes up every year. We're just like, we're going to have to at some point bump it up a little so we can bump our guys up.
So do you have a volume problem, like where you have too many students and not enough staff, or are you looking to grow your volume?
Well, so similar to what Alex was saying, we've got, so we do a 4-pack or individual kind of a la carte lessons.
Sure.
And the primary advantage to doing a 4-pack is you can book out as many as you have on your pack. So a lot of times when parents are juggling multiple activities with multiple children after school and trying to weave in, and they realize like, hey, Wednesday at 4 o'clock is the only time that works for us for me to get little Jimmy down here, then they can get a 4-pack and book out those 4 Wednesdays at that time.
Right.
And that's the advantage for them. We used to do 8 and 12 packs, but since the COVID and demand has like just exponentially grown, we've tried to limit to 4-packs just because it gives more opportunity for new skaters that want to get that slot. So it's just not hogged for 12 weeks at a time. Because a lot of times, this is a small percentage, but a lot of parents use skateboarding lessons as daycare with a skateboarding theme. And you got some students, which is the primary frustration for our instructors too, is when you get kids that just could give a crap about skateboarding and they're just not seeing, you just can tell like this kid's just not really into it, he just wants, but the parents like, we want to book 12 out. Is that as many as we can get? You're like, but your kid doesn't even want to do this. Like, let's make room for some kids that want to jump in and so we've been limiting it there just to kind of keep new blood flowing through.
So you're in a situation where you don't have enough instructors to grow to some of the demand. I mean, there might be some schools out there that, need to be looking for interesting ways to grow that volume. It's like I was going to ask you, do you connect with the local schools, like the grade schools, middle schools, and do flyers and information and programming?
Yeah, so we do both in the spring and the fall. We do a 6-week program at the Los Altos School District. And what Yuli was saying, and I think a few people have mentioned it, it's just so funny to see, like, we have the schools fighting over us coming to their school to offer these after school programs. So we're like hauling ramps in there and, just setting up stuff and letting kids just, while out for an hour and a half after school, which, when I was a kid was like, there was a security guard kicking you out the minute you threw your board down.
Right.
So
things are changing.
Yeah. So it's obviously a night and day differential, but I love it.
We got a question, and
Sure.
They were asking how many of the Stanford student club members become your instructors. Like, do you have a pretty successful like conversion there from, sponsoring them to turning them into your teammates?
Yeah. So when they first came to us, which was only over this last summer, their president guy, just came in the shop. I was getting bored and we were just making small talk. I forget where he was from, but like, oh, you're from here, him, do typical skateboard, gripping the board, small talk. And he's like, yeah, I run the Stanford Skate Club. And I was like, what's that? He's like, yeah, there's only like 5 of us right now, but just trying to get something going. And I was like, well, I mean, Stanford campus, is, I'm sure everyone listening knows, it's like, I mean, that place is a skate park in itself. It's been on so many covers over the years, the big hubbas there and gaps and things. So we kind of offered like, hey, we should sponsor you guys and you can come skate the ramp on Wednesdays and, you know, whatever. After kind of getting to know them over a few weeks, we started putting the word out like, hey, if you guys are looking for side jobs, you know, like come on over. So we've got four instructors. Actually, we had 5. One just broke his femur over the holidays, unfortunately. So we're down to 4. Yeah, hit and run too on Christmas Eve.
Come on,
down the street. So yeah, we got 4, but now their club is like 23 people strong now in just this, you know, in the last.
That's a short time. That's good growth.
So they've been growing, and I think having their little skate park in this basketball court where we just, you know, just that exposure visually is always the best thing. I mean, after school programs, when we do that, we sign up like 8 kids through the portal in the school, and then within the first 2 weeks of the class, we've got like 50 emails of people like, is it too late to join? How do we get involved? Just because the kids have been skating there after school and want to get going. So
that's excellent.
Yeah. But yeah, that resource is obviously, I would certainly recommend reaching out to the colleges if they've got a skate club, or a lot of them do. And, you know, it's just kind of small, but you adding a little juice to it by saying, hey, we can give you a discount at the shop, then all of a sudden that skate club becomes a little more appetizing for the skaters that were kind of like, why? I don't know.
Might be a model in there to have skate shops help colleges build clubs and then draw coaches from that, or even high schools. Maybe reach out to the high schools and develop clubs with the high schools and draw high school kids in to help teach, if you can hire, you know, minors.
Yeah, we can hire minors. We don't have to get a background check technically unless they're 18 or over. So it is a lot of times with our camps where we have multiple teachers and we've got a lead and a couple of high school students that are kind of learning their chops there. So it's, that's once you get a business plan for that, can shoot that over to me. And,
deal. This is a whole part of this whole skateboard ecosystem concept that Joe and I've been talking about a lot is how do you bring in the whole community to help everybody, you know, raise the water level together, right? And it's how do you, because the high school kids are a great target. I mean, that's a supply of kids that will have passion for it, and if you can draw them in and get them involved, it's an amazing opportunity. College kids the same way. But, you know, it's that, and then it's the skate parks, and it's the skate shop, and it's all of the programs coming together to make this difference, right? And I mean, you're a huge part of that. You're doing that right now. You're already making those connections organically, and that's really how most of it has to happen. But yeah, there might be a way to add some horsepower to that and make it easier for people.
For sure. Yeah. Strength in numbers.
I mean, our mission really is to bring people like you and other educators together so you can share ideas and then make these connections and start to have this happen. And I mean, that's one of my favorite things about the summit is just creating that opportunity. But the ideas, I'll tell you right now that when we debrief about this later, we'll be talking about what you're talking about and what Surfskate Science and everybody else, Skateboard ABC, all the ideas coming together and trying to connect those dots, right? But it takes people like you making the difference.
Thank you. Yeah, it's fascinating to hear all the different techniques, you know, as far as learning to drop in, learning how to ollie with Paul and Brenton. It's just really cool. It's been great to hear so many different perspectives from so many different expertise levels and things and their experiences. So
right on. Jason, I just got a message from the operator that Josh Friedberg needs to come on. He's got a short window for us.
Absolutely.
He apologizes to you. He said, sorry.
That is A-okay.
Right on. Jason, thank you so much. Your information is going to be available after the event. So anybody who wants to reach out to you can, especially anybody who looking for a job in Los Altos or Santa Cruz as a skateboard instructor. Jason's, he's hiring.
Yes. Thank you so much, Joe. All you guys, it was great being a part of this.
Yeah, great to meet you, Jason. Thanks for your time.
Likewise. Cheers.
Okay, next up, Um, I practice saying this, it just sounds so strange. And that is, this is the CEO, this isn't skateboarding, this is the CEO of the USA Skateboarding Association Federation, which is actually the governing body, skateboarding and governing. Josh Friedberg runs the national governing body for skateboarding, which in any other sport would be the Olympic organization, but being skaters who set up our national governing body, Josh has a very different story to tell about what USA Skateboarding is about. So before we see him, we are going to watch a really cool video. It'll take a couple minutes, and then Josh Friedberg will be on.
I've heard people actually say before, like, man, you do so many contests. I'm like, that's the point, is that you're supposed to do a lot of contests. Keep the kids engaged, keep them skating, give them something to look forward to next time.
How do we help people with cancer, and how do we do skateboarding events? We were brainstorming. In 2004, we started out doing the Grind for Life Skate Park series in Palm Beach County. Each event would help somebody get to their cancer treatment. So in 2013, the border started, and the border didn't have any work.
One of the first calls we got was from Mike Rogers at Grind for Life. And we're like, I guess we could take our all ages contests and take them on the road, and that's what Grind for Life became. When you're 12 or 11 or 10, you don't just hop in the van with the homies and drive across the country. You have to do something with your parents. I mean, that's like t-ball and baseball and like little kids' soccer years. We're just giving that platform within skateboarding. Grind for Life is for everybody. It truly is all ages and all skills.
The mission of Grind for Life has gone tenfold. Never dreamed it would get to this level, and we've teamed up with USA Skateboarding this year, and now we have adaptive skating in our series.
Events like this just prove skateboarding is for everyone. You have a 5-year-old shredding, you have a blind 35-year-old shredding, you have women out there, you have amputees, you have limb difference, able-bodied. It's literally for everybody. If you're on a skateboard, no matter what your situation is, welcome, we love you, and like shred.
I think what adaptive brings to Grind for Life, it's like the open-mindedness that we all need to have, is that skateboarding needs to be absolutely all-inclusive. There's nothing cooler than to bring someone else that doesn't probably fit in somewhere else into what we have with skateboarding culture.
It's a family, man. It really is. Like right away, you just click on so many levels, and it's just cool. One of my mottos in life is like, the only disability is a bad attitude.
The adaptive skaters, they need a platform more than anybody needs one. So this is kind of the beginning of that platform to say, hey, adaptive needs to be recognized in the Paralympics as well. And why would it not be in there? It's like absolutely a no-brainer.
Wow. Josh, thank you.
Thank you. It's great to be here.
That's the first time I've seen that video, and I was missing one segment that came to me in 1980 when I was at the Big O skate park. The skate park manager there was a ripper in the oververt 3/4 pipe, and he only had one leg. He was a one-legged skater who was riding oververt full speed in the 3/4 pipe at Big O. I don't know his name, but I would really love to connect with him.
Well, skateboarding is absolutely for everyone, as we know.
Yeah, which, well, I guess we should back up. So first, I introduced you with a pretty pompous feeling title, really, to me. I mean, skateboarding and CEOs and governing bodies. You guys, can you tell us a little bit about what a governing body traditionally does and what, of course, skaters are doing different?
Sure. National governing bodies or national federations are organizations that are recognized by their National Olympic Committee and tasked with supporting those sports in the Olympic movement. I think the biggest difference with what USA Skateboarding does in comparison to most of the NGBs and the national federations is that we're all skaters. We come from a skate background, and we know that while, you know, competition at the elite level is an amazing thing to witness, we also know that you can have just as much fun skating rolling off a curb, riding down the street on your butt. Like it doesn't matter how good you are at skating, you can actually share the rewards of being on a skateboard. And that's something we really want to further. It's, as a national governing body, we have the opportunity to pull on some levers that most nonprofits or other companies don't necessarily have access to. And so we're doing everything we can to utilize this Olympic inclusion to further skateboarding and the opportunities for skateboarders.
How does a national governing body work?
Essentially, we're a 501c3. We applied to be recognized by the USOPC, that's the United States Olympic and Paralympic Committee, in 2017. We were recognized in 2018, and it was straight into the frying pan as we were trying to get ready for the Olympic Games. An interesting challenge, and obviously the majority of our focus in our first 4 years has been, okay, how do we get through the Olympics? Something we had never done before, was certainly challenging in a pandemic environment, but also we learned a lot, and now we've been able to kind of say, okay, we know how to do this. We're getting ready for Paris. That's kind of, we got that part of it. Like, what else can we actually do to support skateboarding in the United States?
And typically national governing bodies are seen as basically hefty people in suits grooming gold medal contenders. But skateboarding for all is something beyond the Olympics.
Yeah, so as we sat down and really focused on, okay, what are we going to do for the next 4 years and the next, I guess it's a couple years to Paris now and 6.5 years to the LA Olympics in 28. But what are we going to do during that time to both support the high performance side of what we do and the Olympic movement, and then also the grassroots of skateboarding, which is, as we all know, that's where good skateboarders come from. No one is good at skateboarding the day they get on a skateboard. Or actually, I've seen a few people that are decent at it, and I'm always blown away because it took me a while to figure it out. But skateboarding for all is just our way of encapsulating all the work that we're doing as an organization. There's a couple really big tentpole initiatives that we're focused on. One is getting adaptive skateboarding and WCMX in the Paralympics in 2028 in LA. So our partnership with Grind for Life is a step in that plan. Some of the panels and work we've done with the Smithsonian Limousin Center has been exposing adaptive skateboarding and WCMX to the world and to different audiences in our push to get this done for LA in 28. The other really big one is that we are going to build our headquarters and a cultural hub for skateboarding in Southern California ahead of the 28 games. And that will be a place that will house a physical location for the Skateboarding Hall of Fame, some outdoor skate parks that can host international level competition events and will be open to the public in times when they're not being used for events. And then, of course, our offices and TF for the team. So that's a piece of what we're doing, but it all flows down to the beginning of where you start skating. And one of the major initiatives that we're focused on is starting to certify skateboarding instructors. We sat down and looked at, most NGBs are membership-based organizations, and they mostly charge their members who are participants in that sport for access to competitions and other things. That never really sat right with any of us, myself or the board or anyone involved, because getting charged to skateboard doesn't make a lot of sense from where I come from. So we've kind of held off on that until we could figure out what a value proposition would be for being a member of USA Skateboarding. Obviously, you have to be a member if you want to compete in our events or attempt to qualify for the Olympics, but that's really on the competition side of things. Where we settled is that, hey, there's 20,000 or so major cities in the US. There's probably 10 or 20 or 30 skaters in those cities that would want to teach skateboarding. And if we can help certify them and connect them with the cities and the skate parks that exist and the private companies, the skate shops, like Jason was saying, that have a hard time finding qualified instructors, we feel like there's a real opportunity to support skateboarding at the grassroots level and also build a membership for us, which helps us in our mission because we are a nonprofit. We don't get any money from the government. We are supported by the USOPC a little bit on our high performance side, and the rest of it through sponsors and through donations to our organization. So we're excited to add something that will be valuable both to skateboarding and help support what we do to further support skateboarding.
That is not what I envision when I hear about a national skateboarding.
Sorry, that's a lot of words. I apologize. I've been.
That's a lot I'm digesting. So, your compatriot, your colleague, Mickey Vukovic, is running a really interesting operation, or I guess it's a project called Skateboarding for All.
Yeah, so I was really excited to be able to bring Mickey on in the beginning or at the end of the year last year, and he's been integral to building out our development program, which is how we're looking for donors and fundraising and other opportunities to support the organization, what we do. A lot of what we've worked on was, what is Skateboarding for All? How do we encapsulate all the things that we do in something that's digestible for people? And part of it is this instruction program. We had the opportunity to partner with LA Rec and Park back in November at a Play LA event that they hosted. And it was really kind of our first opportunity to showcase what skateboarding instruction could look like at a municipal level with our involvement, and went really well. I think the interesting thing, and I can share a link to a video of that as well. The interesting thing is you see some of the other instruction for other sports going on, and it's very structured, as you would expect. Skateboarding is still about having fun. And, if you're focused on fun as the number one thing that gets people involved in this, then everybody wins. Like, not everyone is going to want to compete or have the ability to compete, but everyone can have fun on a skateboard. So if we can make that first interaction with a skateboard something fun, most likely you'll do it again. If you don't have fun the first time you step on a skateboard, there's about a million other things that you can spend your time doing. So we're hoping to encourage that with the Skateboarding for All instructor program and certifications that we're working on.
So Skateboarding for All, if somebody wants to get a program done in their city, what's the step? What do they do?
So we are excited to announce, I guess this is a kind of an exclusive, but we've partnered with UC to support the certification of instructors through USA Skateboarding. Our goal as an organization hasn't ever been to come in and recreate the wheel. There's plenty of people doing amazing things in skateboarding, like Grind for Life, like what the Border does, like all these other contests, like what UC does in terms of their commitment to figuring out a way to really do skateboarding certification in a way that's going to be valuable both to the instructor and to the consumer. So if you're a parent, if you know that the instructor that your skater is out with has background check and safe sport and concussion training and CPR, there's not really a safer situation to be in. And we really appreciate the work that you and Chris have done to develop this program that we can work together and try and get as many instructors certified over the next couple of years as possible.
Yeah, it's our pleasure. We love working with you. You definitely have a profile.
Yeah, this is an exciting moment, and we're proud to be a part of supporting Skate for All and USA Skateboarding. This is pretty amazing stuff.
I really appreciate it. It is cool, and it's been fun to be able to support people that are doing good work, and this is just another one of those opportunities. So as we roll out how this works, the goal will be that you will have USA Skateboarding certified instructors that are trained in conjunction with UC, and then we will have that opportunity for those instructors to have another way to market themselves as they're out attempting to earn a living as skateboarding instructors, which we really think is possible. You hear about the demand, it's exploding. So if we can figure out a way to scale this together, then I'm really excited to see, let's get a couple 100,000 new skateboarding instructors in the US over the next couple of years. I think that's
right.
the goal.
Right. If like Alex, if everybody could chain a couple thousand skaters, then basically everybody on the planet will be skateboarding in 10 years.
That's fine with me. It's been one of the best things I ever did with my life. So yeah, let's do it.
Hey, we had a question in the chat about working on insurance being made available for instructors, you know, in the United States. And I know Joe and I are talking a lot about working on that as well, but I thought maybe I'd pitch that to you. Are you guys looking into that as well? Where are you at with it?
Yeah, we've been looking at what the opportunities are there. And I think as we define a little bit more of what the program's going to be, that's something that we're trying to figure out, because we know that it is one of the primary concerns and expenses for independent skate instructors.
Yeah, our hope is to make it available at an affordable rate for the individual independent instructors. I mean, possibly, you know, looking at larger operations as well, but kind of a mission of mine is to make it is to achieve, you know, that benchmark where, you know, whether you're 18 years old or 35 years old or whatever, you want to teach skateboarding, you want to go and build your program, that you'll be able to find, you know, that protection to make sure that it's easy for you to do it. And again, that's another thing that will make parents feel confident in, you know, in the learning process for their child.
Yeah, it's unfortunately, we've dug in a little bit on insurance stuff, and unfortunately it's complicated because each state has its own regulations.
Right.
Insurance. But we do have some leverage as a national governing body, and with the support of the USOPC, that we can try and take some of the rough edges off that and come up with a program that's affordable and will work for everyone.
Right.
Awesome.
So skateboarding for all, back to that. Nick has described a couple, or one of the events of what goes on. And I think that, is this something that somebody can, skateboarding for all, those events where you run, where you have that experience, the culture and the learning, how does a skateboarding for all event look? And second question, what can somebody do to entice you guys to come to their location and do one?
Yeah, so there, you know, the event that we had in LA was very specific to a need that LA Rec and Park had to put on this event. You know, they're receiving money from LA 28 to do programming. They have 87 sites in LA. 29 of them have skate parks, and they want programming at all of them. So if just looking at one city, the opportunity for skate instruction in LA is enormous. And we're really trying to figure out, okay, how do we provide instructors? That's the main part of our initial push. You know, some of the other events that fall into the Skateboarding for All kind of umbrella are in a skate program. That's in conjunction with the Smithsonian's Lemelson Center for the Study of Invention and Innovation. And it looks at invention and innovation through the lens of skateboarding. So we've done basically major public festivals. We did one at the National Museum of American History beginning in 2013, and we've done them every year since, as varied places as MIT. We did one at London during the Street League event and qualifying in 2019. We have two events coming up this summer. One is going to be in Colorado Springs at the U.S. Olympic and Paralympic Museum. And then we have another one in Sioux Falls that is going to be centered around music and is going to be really exciting. So those are coming up the end of June and beginning of July this summer. But basically, this is an opportunity really to get skateboarding instructors being trained in a way that we can get them out there, and then us working to make those connections with the city to provide programming through those qualified instructors.
Hang on, I'm doing a little bit of technical stuff here. There, I had to mute somebody.
It happens.
Right. So Sioux Falls. And
Sioux Falls, South
right.
Dakota. Yes.
Thank you. I was trying to remember which Dakota that's in.
Yeah, it's going to be a really fun program. We're actually looking at a way to work with Pine Ridge as well, which is about 4 hours from there. Bring some of the skaters from there to the event, go out to Pine Ridge and skate and do a portion. But as it stands, the Smithsonian Jazz Masterworks Orchestra is going to be there and play live to the stereo the visual soundtrack from that video. So there's some really interesting opportunities to combine like really different worlds and expose them to new audiences, which is what we've been doing with the Lemelson Center as our education partner.
That's really cool. So you're saying that you'll have that orchestra there playing live outdoors with the skate event?
With the skate event, and ideally to the video, like playing the soundtrack of the visual sound video is
that's so cool, man.
So yeah, I think Pastor is going to be there. We're trying to get Jason Lee out there as well. So it's going to be pretty cool.
Do you have a date?
Yeah, that one is July 7th through 9th.
That sounds possible.
It will be fun.
It'll be a lot of fun. I'm wondering if you might need some skateboard coaches to come help out.
Everyone is more than welcome for sure. It's really the local partner we have there is a woman named Nancy Halverson, but we did an CreateASkate event with her at the Children's Museum of the Upstate in South Carolina. And
cool.
And it was she's just a powerhouse. So working with her again is really fun. We've got so much community buy-in. There's a really good skate scene there. And they're working on getting a public park built as well. I think they've raised funds for it already. So some cool stuff going on in South Dakota. It's interesting to watch how many people are actually engaged in skateboarding in a small Midwest town, which it's kind of near and dear to my heart. I grew up in Topeka, Kansas. And so I very much feel the pain of a skateboarder in the Midwest's existence, but it's cool to see the things happening there and like what's going on in Des Moines and other spots in the Midwest.
It's really cool to watch you light up. I mean, as a CEO of an organization that's focused, that you would think is focused on Olympic development, all of those things, you're talking about the growth of skateboarding and bringing people in and creating this really eclectic, diverse kind of experience through skateboarding. And your face, you're just turning into a 12-year-old. It's really cool to watch that, and amazing to know that you're going to be able to use your influence to do things like this for the foreseeable future. That's powerful, Josh.
Thank you.
Well done.
I appreciate it. It's really fun. I'm just a skater, right? Like, yeah, I got a funny title and I've gotten to do some really cool stuff, but I fell in love with skateboarding when I was 13. My friend came home from a vacation in Florida with a Future Primitive video and the first Mark Gonzalez vision board. And my head exploded. I was just like, this is it. Like, this is what I want to do. So, the fact that I'm here 30 whatever years later, talking to you all about skateboarding in the Olympics and these opportunities we have, it's a sign of how powerful skateboarding is. And it's the reason that I want to do everything I can and everything USA Skateboarding can to share it with as many people as possible.
Yeah.
Josh, do you mind if I ask a personal question about your career?
Go ahead.
How did a 13-year-old kid get to where you are today?
It's been a long and winding, not really so winding journey, actually. I guess, like I said, I discovered skateboarding and it just captivated my imagination when I was a kid. I still did all this stuff. I played all the sports in high school and I did all those things, but every spare second I had, I was skating. I got a job on the newspaper in high school so that I could go take photos whenever I wanted, which mainly consisted of me going to skate and taking photos of my friends. So I had some good workarounds, but I went to school in Colorado, went to college for about a year and a half, was going to engineering school in Golden, and just realized that I wasn't, I was going to the classes I liked and skipping the rest of them to go skate in Denver or go snowboard up in the Summit.
Was that the School of Mines? Were you going to School of Mines?
Yeah, I went to School of Mines in Golden.
So we're dealing with a very, very intelligent man right now.
Yeah, I mean, the smartest thing I think I did was to drop out, though. Like I did a semester before my freshman year, and then I did my freshman year and kind of realized like I wasn't really concentrating on this. I was sponsored by New Deal at the time. And I got home that summer and I just told my parents, like, I think I want to move to California. And they said, well, if you can figure out how to pay for that, then go ahead. So it was cool that they supported that move. You know, I moved to California, got a job delivering pizzas, eventually started working at New Deal and in the warehouse, and then on some computer stuff. And it was time to edit a video. And Steve Douglas and Paul Schmitt asked if I wanted to work on this video, and I said absolutely. So started editing skate videos, and then Steve and I came up with the idea for 411 Video Magazine in around 1992, and put out basically a conceptual thing of what a skateboarding video magazine might be. And then we launched in 1993, and that took up a big portion of my career, working on growing 411. I was there from 93 to 2005. But in the meantime, I turned pro for a couple of years, first for 60/40, eventually had a pro model on People skateboards before my third knee surgery. That kind of put it into that part of my skateboarding. But you know, it's been this continual sort of opportunities to do good things and put my energy into skateboarding, and skateboarding has returned the favor over and over again. So after we sold 411 to Wasserman Media Group in LA in 2004, I worked there for a year, and then ended up taking some time off, moved back to the East Coast where my ex-wife was from, spent some time in Philly, and then got recruited to interview for the IASK job, the International Association of Skateboard Companies job, in 2000 into 2010 or so. Got that job in 2011, was the executive director there for, I guess, 5 years. Got to produce the Skateboarding Hall of Fame events and meet a bunch of amazing skaters from eras that I didn't have any awareness of, really, which was really fun. After that, I worked for the Street League Foundation, helping kind of extend Rob Dyrdek's plan of working with municipalities and private companies to provide skate parks to underprivileged cities, and support underprivileged kids in those cities. And then in 2015, Gary Ream asked if I would consult on the International Skateboarding Federation's application to the IOC to be recognized as the International Federation for governing skateboarding. And that was, so for the last 7 years or so, I've been pretty head down in both the international and national side of skateboarding in the Olympics. You know, the real goal through all of this process was to make sure that skateboarding looked like skateboarding at the games, and it carried the culture, because that's the important part to me. Like, you know, you say, well, why you're doing all these things? It's because the culture is why skateboarding is what it is. It's not the competition. Competition's a part of it. Yeah. It's awesome. It's amazing to watch the level that these men and women compete at. But again, skateboarding is whatever it is to you. And as long as you're having fun skating, it doesn't matter what you're doing. And that's really been the way that we've approached all this stuff. So that was kind of a quick journey down 30 whatever year.
Holy smokes. I mean,
in skating.
I have two takeaways, Joe. One, his life is super boring. And two, I'm really thankful that you're leading the charge. I mean, it's just right guy, right time, right place kind of thing. Well done.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
And there's a lesson there for people who are just starting out right now, is life's like a box of chocolates. Really, you do not know what you're going to get. Who would have predicted that a kid in Topeka would see a video from Florida and end up funding, creating a media empire or a media asset that was sold to an international company, and then he would end up leading an Olympic organization.
And in the very small world thing, it's pretty funny that Wasserman led the bid to get the Olympics in LA in 28. So all this stuff comes around. I mean, this is one thing that people always ask, like, what's something you can do? I think one of the important things to remember in our world is that it's really small. Like, there's virtually zero upside in burning bridges, no matter how upset you might be with someone in the moment, because everyone comes around, and the more that you can treat people with respect, regardless of the situation, the better opportunities you're going to have in the future of your life. And I feel like I'm living proof of that approach. So it's always a piece of advice that I think is something I try and remember when I might not be super happy about specific situations I'm in.
Right. And the internet never forgets.
This
I'm
is
putting
true.
that quote in the chat right now. Zero upside in burning bridges.
Yeah.
I'm really glad that when I was going and doing the Europe contest series in the 90s, that social media didn't exist. Maybe I wouldn't be sitting here talking to you about some of these things just based on the amount of madness that was in those years. They were really fun and very formative, but also not nearly as structured as we see today.
Yeah. Now, passion is a funny thing, isn't it? It drives you forward, and sometimes it lights a bridge on fire.
It easily can. And I if you can just take that step back, write the email and then say, I'm going to sleep on this and look at it again in the morning. Like 9 times out of 10, you probably won't send that same email, and it's worth that.
I've had my share of emails, or I've sent my share. I'll write that down. Thank you.
Who would have thought this would come out of the Skateboard Education Summit? These are great tips for life right here.
I mean, again, this is what we talk about. Everyone was so concerned with skateboarding going to the Olympic Games, and it's going to change skateboarding. It's going to do all these things. And like, from my viewpoint and from being on the inside, I'm like, actually, we have what they all want. We have a culture-based sport that involves people and engages people regardless of how well or how good they are at it. And that's something that you can't create in these sports that are just centered around winning. Like if it's only about winning, and then it limits the enjoyment. And even for those people that are incredible, we see the mental health impacts of what it takes to be an elite athlete, whether you're Michael Phelps or Simone Biles or whoever, right? Like the amount of pressure that they deal with on a regular basis can destroy you mentally, and that doesn't do anyone any good. Like, let's have fun. And then if you're great at what you do, that's just a bonus.
Well, if you want people to participate in this, you have to make the Olympics look more like the fun part of skateboarding, which is exactly what you guys have worked so hard to do. Nice work.
Thank you.
I'll bring up something that I think was life changing. It was world changing, and that was at the Olympics. Of course, it was in skateboarding. The women's final, when instead of having the competitors eyeing each other like, I'm going to rip your esophagus out, the women were encouraging each other. I mean,
yeah, it's, I was lucky to have the inside view of what was going to happen with girls and women's skateboarding in the games, because I've been watching them compete, since 2017, and just seeing the level of talent that was introduced because now they had an opportunity to compete. The industry has been very, obviously they're trying to figure out how to run events, and it's a business. But when you go to the Olympics, you have to be, there has to be gender equality. So, beginning in 2017, really, there started being events where there were equal number of women invited and girls to participate. And the rate that women's skateboarding progressed during those couple of years was insane. Like, I've never seen anyone get that good at skateboarding in that short amount of time. And we witnessed it at the games, right? Like all these young, the teenage girls or pre-teenage girls that we saw ripping skateboarders. Doesn't matter, man, woman, like they're better than most skateboarders in the world. And it's a 12-year-old Brazilian girl or a 13-year-old Japanese girl. It was so much fun to destroy immediately what everyone's preconception of what a skateboarder looked like or who they were or where they were from. So
how they behaved.
Yeah. And how they behaved. I mean, that was it, right? Like those girls that lifted up Masugu after she missed her run, they won the fair play award from from the organization that looks at the Olympics as a whole and gives an award to the people that best demonstrate sportsmanship. And it was those girls. So not only do we know what's going on, the fact that they were able to demonstrate like what's important about skateboarding in a competitive environment that the world noticed, like it set us up for such success moving forward in Paris and LA and the future. So it was incredible.
I think this is a really good note to close on. I'm feeling good. Are you okay, Josh?
I'm totally good. It's been a pleasure. I'm really excited to partner with you all and work on this program and just share skateboarding with as many people that want to explore it and are interested as possible.
It's our
I feel
honor.
the same. Yeah, it's our honor.
Thank you very much.
Josh Redbird, thanks a lot.
Have a great day.
All right, our final guest is from the Poseidon Foundation. And Poseidon Foundation, I'm not going to give their introduction. They've got a video that's going to do a lot better job than I can. So Taylor Ramirez will be here.
Let the video do the talking.
After the video.
Here at Poseidon Foundation, we pride ourselves on giving back to the community. Our goal is to inspire youth to pursue their passions and accomplish their dreams. By transforming these dreams into a reality, we are influencing society's impressions of the youth community by encouraging this community to pursue their passions together. We've accomplished this through events such as Ladies' Day at the Barracks, building homes for the homeless families, working with the First Nations by offering free skate clinics, working internationally and domestically with orphan youth, and collaborating with other nonprofits. Through these combined efforts, we bring forth a sense of community, youth acknowledgement, and safety of expression, where they're socially empowered to believe in themselves and create their own global change. By supporting Poseidon Foundation, you too become part of creating life-changing experiences that ignite social change through love, empowerment, dreams, and support.
So you need to unmute. Oh, I think that was banned as part of the pandemic etiquette thing. You're not supposed to say that anymore. Michaela, thank you for being here.
Hi, thank you for having me.
So we were struggling to figure out how the Poseidon Foundation fits into the skateboard learning ecosystem. And it made us realize that the entire planet is part of the skateboard ecosystem. And it's not just people in a city who are skateboarding, it's all the human beings who are here. And then that means each one of us as an individual can do what we can do to make the world a better place. And a lot of times that means reaching out, putting out a helping hand and giving people hope and helping them find themselves. And that's what I'm learning from you. Can you tell us, I think, how did the Poseidon Foundation come into being, and where does the name come from?
Well, the name comes from, because when we were looking up different names, we wanted a Greek god. And Poseidon also not only is the god of, the ocean, as most people know, but he's also the god of earth, shaking things up. And kind of when humanity's not really going in line, changing that mindset. So that's kind of the reason why we chose the name Poseidon. And when we first started, we were about solely female empowerment. So that's hence the DEN. And also the reason why we started was I went and studied abroad in Oaxaca, Mexico, as well as in Ecuador. And while studying in Oaxaca, I worked with indigenous youth that didn't speak Spanish. They only spoke their native tongue. And so we taught Spanish and English. And then when I lived in Ecuador, I actually worked with a nonprofit called Niños de la Calle. And that nonprofit had really sparked what I wanted to do with skateboarding, mainly because the children I was speaking to, they, I started to ask them questions like, what is your dream? What is your hopes? And many of the children, niños de la calle means children that live in the street, were either, in some sort of human trafficking, or, the circumstances these children were living were really, really, really saddening. And as I tried to look for any spark of light while I was working with them, I would ask them what their dreams and what their passions and everything were. And a lot of them would say to have a mom and dad, to have a roof, to have a bed, to have food, just everything that's basic needs that we tend to have, and basically everyone on this phone call has. And during that time, there was a lot of movement in skateboarding with the female movement. And with that being said, there was also a lot of entitlement happening, as well as, there was these catch-22s within the skate industry. Boys were allowed to cuss like sailors and act a certain way and be destructive and raw and, everything that makes skateboarding back then. And females, even though they skated just as well, they weren't accepted by the skate industry as raw female skateboarders. They cussed. Oh my gosh, they're female. They shouldn't be cussing. They smoke cigarettes. Oh my gosh, they're female. They shouldn't be smoking cigarettes, let alone let them drink beer, cigarettes, and cuss, So there was this huge divide with how females were supposed to act and be, and also how they were supposed to play within skateboarding. And while I was in Ecuador, mind you, I had already been in the industry since I was 15, helping All Girls Skate Jam and Wiki Wahine with other female events. The idea dawned on me on creating a nonprofit that not only kind of gives back to the society and female within skateboarding, but also can open the eyes and change the mindsets of skateboarders in the United States. And rather than having that mindset of entitlement and they deserve this because they're XYZ, being like, oh my gosh, how can I give back to my skate community? Because there's kids out there that need XYZ. And that's how Poseidon Foundation started.
And what does the Poseidon Foundation do?
We inspire youth to pursue their passions and accomplish their dreams, and it's through the means of skateboarding. So we team up with professional athletes as well as influencers, and they donate their time to the Poseidon Foundation to go on tours with us or do a community event like a motivational speaking engagement at schools. And some of the tours we've done has been internationally as well as locally in California. The international tours we do to like break barriers. And for instance, our first tour was in 2007 and we went to Chile, Argentina, and Brazil. In Chile, it was really impressive to see the skateboarding there because there was kind of already an equalization within skateboarding where boys and girls skated together and supported each other. And that was something really cool to see because we hadn't even really been experiencing that in our US culture of skateboarding. So that was really awesome to see how the boys came out and supported the girls, and the girls also were supporting the guys, and it really unified skateboarding. And then we went to Argentina next, and that was also a unique situation because there in 2007, females couldn't host a skateboarding event 2 weeks prior or 2 weeks after a male's event. And it was really, really strict. Like it was really polarized. there with skateboarding and female skateboarding. So when we went there, we bridged the gap and created the first ever female and male skateboarding event in one day. And as we spoke before, you know, I truly believe, some may know, but I have my master's in special education, and our motto is equal isn't always fair. So we created a female event. It was 6 hours long, but we also gave the men a best trick competition that was 30 minutes long. And it actually equalized and brought a lot of unity because the guys were able to see these girls skateboarding and they actually became supportive. And it also changed the mindset of the girls that were very intimidated and thought the guys were going to riot and create this huge fuss. And they actually started gaining the support of males because they actually saw females really ripping. And it was quite interesting because back then in 2007, all the female skateboarding events that I had attended, I mean, it was hard to get 30 girls to a competition and compete. And in Argentina, there was over 120 girls skateboarding in 2007 at this competition. It was absolutely insane, the amount of female skateboarding down there. And then we went to Brazil, and that was also a unique situation. The girls were also kind of advocating for their own space within skateboarding. And that's when we met Leticia Buffoni. And I was fortunate enough to have a connection and got her first ever international sponsor so she could attend X Games that year. And it's more about opening doors and bridging the gaps and just letting people know that it doesn't matter what socioeconomic background you come from, skateboarding is for all. And skateboarding changes lives. We've also done with our tours with Vanessa Torres and Amelia Braca, we've gone and built homes for homeless families. You know, we've built 14 homes to date. And in Colombia, we actually built a community garden in the favelas. We had to be escorted in, but, you know, we raised enough money to have this plot of land through Techo, and where we actually tilled the land. And these 50 families now have a community garden that they don't have to worry about providing food for their families. So that's some of the stuff we do with skateboarding.
So I'm looking for job opportunities for people who want to have interesting vacations. Do you accept volunteers who want to go along and help?
Yes, we do. We have. We've had families contract us to do philanthropy work outside of the U.S. and give back, which is actually quite a beautiful experience. And you know, it's about empowering yourselves in a way. By changing your own mindset and knowing what you can do to not only better the planet, you know, because we do a lot of eco tourism stuff to show the skaters like, hey, this is what our planet consists of. And it kind of creates this chain reaction once they see like what our planet is made of, that they're like want to take care of it. And you know, it's so important because that's what we skate on. Like, you know, the surfers are like the gods of the sea in a way. They protect the ocean. You know, skaters, as skaters, we skate the land, so we should be taking care of our land, you know. So that's kind of the philosophy we put forth. We also create dream sharing workshops for children. You know, because I find it so important that children understand that, you know, or even adults understand that, you know, there's only 3% statistics have shown that only 3% become a pro in their sport. And so you have all these goals, these dreams, and these kids being like, I'm going to be a pro skater. And then they come to this lightning that they're like, oh, I'm not going to be able to become a pro skater. And then sometimes they leave the sport just because they feel like they failed or they didn't reach that goal. And our dream sharing workshop shows, hey, you don't have to stop there, you know, and you can look at different parts of the industry. So we take them through a path where they find their passion, what they want to do, how, and then we take it through steps like, okay, what's the next step there? And, you know, let's find 3 intriguing people that have done what you want to do. And then we break it down even further. Like, could you become a photographer? Could you become a graphic designer? What are all these different things that you're able to do within the sport that you love? So that way they don't feel like they're just in this box within their own ideas and their own perspective, but we actually broaden their perspective and understanding that anything is possible if you have passion behind it. So.
So if somebody wants to join in.
You know, I was gonna say, like, I love your sentiment about helping kids find their passion. There's that moment when you get to be there and you see that moment of empowerment and you see them find a direction that you know is gonna, it might not be the thing they do for the rest of their life, it might be, but it's definitely that moment where they realize that they can pursue something with all their heart and their mind and their focus. And that's a, you know, I've worked with kids my entire career, and watching them make that connection that you just described is the reason why I continue to coach. It's the reason why I continue to do this. I love the sentiment that you're sharing. And I'm curious to know what's next for the Poseidon Foundation. Like, what's your next event? What's the next opportunity for you to do this with kids and with your team?
So we're actually in 2 weeks going to be going to Hawaii. It's our 10th annual Share the Love and Empowerment Tour. It's also our appreciation tour where we invite athletes or influencers that have supported Poseidon throughout the years to join. We usually, due to COVID, we're not unfortunately able to go into the elementary schools and do skate lessons. And, you know, we do motivational speaking engagements. We get the teachers, sometimes even the principals on a skateboard to experience it for their first time. And that's always awesome.
That's so funny you say that. It reminds me of one of the video memes that I watched a while back of a police officer skateboarding, and how impressive that was just to see him do a kick flip, and the way kids light up around that. When you get community leaders and organizers involved in skateboarding, kids respond. It's wild how powerful that is, isn't it?
Yeah. I one of the best stories I have was like, there was this very nerdy teacher in Hawaii, and he was just struggling, and I guess struggling for years with students, not having that connection. And adverse racism in Hawaii is pretty heavy. So he was experiencing a lot of that, but also dishing it back to the Hawaiian community. So skateboarding happened to build that bridge together. And the principal was like, if there's any way you can help this teacher make a connection with the students, please. And so we kind of got the hint in the background from the principal. So he had no idea we were going to call him up on stage. And so we ended up we kind of asked the question, like, who do you feel like should have their teacher get on a skateboard? And the principal, we actually had the principal back us because, you know, teachers aren't going to say no to the principal. And she was like, you know, and she was like, okay, what teacher wants, you know, what students want their teacher on the skateboard? And we already knew which teacher we were going to choose. And so he had to come on stage. And that's where we started asking the kids questions like, how many of you get nervous before you take a test? How many of you get nervous when you're going to try something new? And kind of just bringing that correlation, because as adults, sometimes we forget that childlike innocence that we had, you know, when we were younger, of forgetting, like, there's a lot of fears. The world's a crazy place, you know, it's a fearful place and an exciting place, you know, and then we actually got him on the skateboard. He was sweating profusely.
From fear or from work?
Yeah, from fear.
From fear, of course.
Everything. He had never been on a skateboard before. And at first he tried to get out of it, but the principal was like, you're going to get on that skateboard. And we took him from, I think it was Carabeth Burnside, took him from one side of the stage to the other side of the stage and back. And he got off the skateboard. And it was the most inspiring speech because he was able to tell his students that he understood the fears they had. Because those same exact fears he had to get on the skateboard, he now understands about his students. And it was like a game changer. It was like a light bulb turned on. And we received a thank you letter from him, the principal, and the kids kind of just remembered that moment. And those are like the things that I feel skateboarding really changes, you know?
Well, this is how skateboarding changes a person's life, right? You give them that moment of empowerment, you bring people together through it. I mean, what you do clearly is bringing people together to create those truly magical moments where lives change. And that's something, I mean, I love your story, and I'm interested to see where I want to learn more about it and understand more, because I get the feeling that you guys do some tremendous things for a lot of people, and especially a lot of young ladies, to make a difference.
Yeah.
Well done. That was powerful.
Thank you. And there's two more initiatives we have going on. One is to give away 100,000 skateboards to orphan, foster, and homeless youth.
Awesome.
Yes, last year we gave away 600. And we did a social challenge using an app called URIP. And where they put up 300 skateboards towards all the different countries that participated. And rather than winning a prize purse, people were winning skateboards for their country to give away to kids in need. And we'll be going to Argentina to give away 200 skateboards to kids in need in March. And then we're also actually starting our global flat ground best trick competition as well on URIP. It's a female one, sorry guys. And last year we did our global game of skate, and we reached 70 countries and had 120 girls participate. And that was absolutely amazing. And that was using Zoom as a platform. So now that we have like an application that actually is towards action sports and it runs very seamlessly, we feel that we'll be able to have more outreach that way. And
okay, so now I want to really work with you to take that same concept and see how many people we can teach how to skateboard in one day. Maybe that's something we can do in the future, Joe.
Yeah, that would be really, really cool. Yeah.
What's the name of the app?
What's the name of the app?
URIP, YOURIP. Yes. And the app was actually made to, decentralize and democratize action sports, because as we all know, sometimes you only you have this closed little circle and it's kind of hard to get in sometimes. So this app was actually created for a dear friend of mine that passed away, that was really big in the surfing industry. And his dream was to be able to give a platform that any kid, no matter what socioeconomic background, could show that they rip. So that's kind of, it's a play on words. You rip, RIP for our friend, but also rip as in, let's elevate, the youth, the kids, the people that actually rip out there and give them a platform. So that's why we're working with them so closely, and because I believe in their cause, and it's amazing. So with the best trick, the global flat ground, that's our stage one, and then it goes into our global game of skate, which is 5 continents. We are using the Olympic format, and then One Earth, which we discovered a lot of Native Americans like to represent their native tribe, not the country they're from. So they're representing the One Earth. to create that culture and diversity within skateboarding. And last year it was Julia Breckler and Margie Didal, sorry if I pronounced her name wrong, that were in the finals. And this year we made a little pat with the barracks, and the women that win the global game of skate, they actually get an entry into the finals women's battle at the barracks. So it's really exciting. So yeah.
That's very exciting.
We'd love to work with you on those initiatives.
Awesome. Yeah. I'd love to work with you guys.
So I think we're out of time. And then it worked out perfectly. It all came out.
Yeah, we're like 2 minutes. Just 2 minutes past the hour, right? Doing pretty well. And if your clock is wrong, maybe we're right on time.
Well, thank you for having me speak. What you guys do is absolutely amazing. And it's so encouraging to hear everyone else speaking too. So it's an honor to be on here. And thank you again.
Michaela, we loved having you. Thank you very much.
Joining us. Yeah, the honor is all ours. And I would just like to say thank you to all of our presenters and guests today. I mean, that was an amazing panel, tremendous lineup. And I mean, I'm sitting here interviewing and I'm learning things, and I'm just getting excited about what we're going to do to continue helping people have a platform to share their ideas about how to bring skateboarding to life through education. It's just amazing. And I had this thought, and then I'll kick it over to Joe, but I was thinking about how a skateboard in the hands of a person can change their life, you know, once they just lean into it and figure it out. But when that person then decides that they want to share that passion for skateboarding with other people, it seems that it has the ability to change the whole world. I'm listening to the programs and all the things that are happening around the world, and it's incredible what a skateboard in the hands of a person who gets inspired to share it with others. I mean, it's such a powerful thing, and just incredible. So it was an honor to be a part of this and to get the chance to talk with everyone. And Joe, I'm sure you feel very, very much the same way.
Yeah, Chris, knowing what you went through to get where you are right now in your hotel room in Montana, I know how committed you are to this, and how lucky we all are to be part of the skateboarding community. I'm looking forward to hearing from each of you. Send me an email and let us know how we can help you further the cause of teaching the world to skateboard.
Yeah, and please, if you considered it and you want to make a donation, remember all those proceeds go to Make Life Skate Life, supports the growth of skateboarding around the world. And I see Professor Paul Schmitt has turned his video back on. I think he wants to say something. Should we let Paul take us out?
Well, one quick thing on donations. If you go to our webpage, our home site, USSEA.us, USSEA.us, there's a donation button for Make Life Skate Life there. And so if you still have a chance, and that money, it's definitely going to a good cause, because we didn't get into it too much, but a lot of the skate parks are right next door to refugee camps, and people who are living pretty much without hope, and becoming a skateboard instructor is an unbelievably happy thing for them. And that's what the people at Make Life Skate Life are doing. So please.
Yeah, well said, Joe.
Thank you. Paul Schmitt.
Yeah, great stuff for sure. Wow, this has been an inspiring 4 hours to listen to and participate in. I made a handful of notes here, so I'm going to keep on glancing over to try to share some perspective. And I don't know if we could sort of go back and forth in that or not, but I'm a firm believer that inspiring, right? It's an amazing thing that when you inspire somebody and then they break through and you see that breakthrough, you know, and then what they're going to do with it, right? Because now they're going to mix their perspective with it, right? So pretty amazing, really rad.
Absolutely.
The Make Life Skate Life thing, I followed that thing for quite a few years on Instagram, and it's really neat to see their, just the DIY ecosystem of what they've done. And then to hear, in India, they built, the people in India built 20 more parks since then, right? Talk about inspiring. Wow.
Right.
Inspiring, creating careers, creating a sense of purpose in life. It's really, really cool.
Shane's comment about being a farmer and like what they're doing. I mean, they're cultivating crops, aren't they?
Right. Yeah. Literally, and that whole just teaching of engagement. Just lead by example, right? It's a really cool thing.
Absolutely. Well said, Paul.
Yeah. And then I don't know what to say about my talk because I already said it, right? So I'm not sure what to say there. The reality is that the world is much more technically adept. And if you think it's not, then let's just throw all these away, right? So things that people couldn't hear 10 or 20 years ago, they can totally hear now. And some of the things that was talked about in training kids to skateboard, and some have perceptions and visual, audio, spatial, whatever it is, right? And you figure out what works for you and you don't know why, but every interaction in life is part of that. It's just building blocks, right?
I always look at it like this. Every lesson is an adaptive lesson because we all have some kind of limitation, some greater than others. That's for sure.
Yeah. No, that's really cool. I mean, seeing what Alex doing with ABC skateboarding, I followed him on Instagram for quite a while as well, but just seeing how he's creating more business and the challenge of needing instructors and training people, and this idea to have a framework for that, right? And that ultimately it's really making more for his business, and it's making more enthusiasts in his community, with skateboarding. And that's really what it's about. It's really about being an enthusiast and finding your place, whatever it is, doesn't really
Absolutely.
matter,
Yeah, Alex is crushing it, isn't he?
I thought his hippie jump thing, I've never heard that analogy myself. I don't really work in the training side, but I just imagine myself practicing going through my neighborhood here, hippie jumping down the street, and having gone through major injury the last couple of years in body change and trying to get my strength back, I'm like, might need to start
hippie
to work
jumps.
on that.
All right.
Yeah. So I thought that the whole disconnect from the board, reconnect from the board, without the rest of it yet, right? Just a stepping stone.
Yeah, right.
We talked
It's
about
a nice stepping stone.
just stepping stone, for sure. And then moving on to surf skate science, it's like, those guys are great. I've done stuff with them for years. We've done stuff at a science museum for a couple of years in a row down there at the skate park they used to run. We've done stuff at schools. We've done stuff at the retailer at Island Water Sports, and then they just run stuff all the time anyways. I've just been there for a couple things over the years, but they've continually just like expressed themselves in their environment, right? And that's what this is really about. We're seeing people all over the world that figure out how to express themselves, right? And they're really engaged with it, Something that Yuli said in trying to break a young skater through the barriers and sort of what's that history, what's that science, whether it's that penny board, hey, that's wrong for this, but it's still cool, you can roll around on it, And I think the most magical thing on a skateboard is really not at tricks yet. It's just rolling and feeling vibration through your feet, air on your face. You decided what you ride, where you're at, what you're going to do with it, So it's a really, really cool thing. And I liked his viewpoint of that. And I would say that when I get to do things with the Smithsonian Interstate events and we dig out all the stuff and teach all the history, and we're not in a skateboard place per se, it's just amazing. The interaction and the excitement with that is really, really cool. I think as well, what they're doing there with surf skate science is not traditional education, but it sure is education, the participation of it and that perspective. And, they're breaking the mold, right? So the willingness to try is to start for anything, and they're willing, no doubt, Go on to Skateworks, longtime retailer, right? And seeing they put a ramp in their shop years ago and use that as a place to give lessons and train and sort of break that barrier. It's almost like they say we don't have a skate park, but for a parent or a young kid, first time, the skate park can be intimidating, but this little ramp in the corner of the store isn't quite so intimidating, right? Yeah. And I think that's really cool. I think every ramp for a beginner though is a roll-in. So often it's like ramps aren't built with roll-ins, and I really feel from the beginner, roll-ins and pump bumps and stuff like that will help you learn how to get those situations in control. I thought as well, and this was also happened from the ABC guy, it was just loaner equipment for new riders, right? Are you really interested in this or not? What's that barrier? And every parent's always trying to get their kid to connect with something, right? And it might be what they were into or what they weren't into, right? And I thought that was really, really neat, to hear that and see that piece, and sort of applaud that approach. I've seen guys that give skate lessons like here locally at the skate park, and they got a quiver of the boards for the kids to ride on and stuff. And I think that's so great compared to like, this is yours and you're only this way now because, well, mom and dad bought into this. Now I'm into that. It's like, but you didn't get a chance to really figure out what was right for you with it.
Absolutely.
Just with both of them, just hearing the needing coaches and that kind of thing, and
that's a great thing to hear, isn't it? That there's a demand, and it's real. I mean, the more we lean into this and study and research and meet people, and our organization grows, we're realizing just how critical a time it is in skateboarding.
So much of that's about the community, right? Does your community kick the guys out of the skate park for trying to be coaches? Or they got to be like secret undercover coaches, right?
Right.
And then the same guy might be running a summer program for the city themselves.
Right.
But the city doesn't do the program year round. They just do this summer, Here in Costa Mesa, our city applauds the guys running their skate training and doesn't have a problem with it. But I've seen other places where that's not the case, and
it's getting better.
I think the whole thing of a family, it's getting better. A whole family friendly place, somewhere where the parent feels comfortable, because the hard reality, as you said, is sometimes parents just want daycare, right? They're just looking for babysitting for the kid. They want to buy 12 weeks of babysitting, I thought the discussion of Stanford and just the skateboard education class in a local college, a prestigious one at that, but then that being a training ground for trainers, right? People are there learning sports training, and they're learning the psychology of working with kids. And, there's a whole potential door there. Like as a skater, as you grow up, I'm lucky. I never grew out of it somehow. I'm only 58, but it's still working. But I saw so many people hit that barrier 18, 20, where they're like, they have to face reality of life. Where am I going to go in this world? I got to go work on that, right? And, but as skateboarding is such a pastime that people enjoy, like have a skate club. And the skate club isn't necessarily about the height of skateboarding athletic ability. It's about the participation and the joy,
Yeah.
So how do you go, just cultivate that, whether it's the local high school or the college or whatever, So then moving on to Josh's chalk with USA Skateboarding, I've had a little insight and awareness of what's going on there, but it's still amazing to see. And this Olympic movement is really about societies accepting the skateboarding, and especially in parts of the world where it's so new to them, and it's new to them, and they're already seeing it as a multi-gender 50-50 thing, because that's the way equality works for the Olympics, right? So there's people in the world that are just getting framed, that's what it is. Okay, cool, And
their version of skateboarding is going to be very free.
Right, very free.
And I think Josh and Mickey are going to do some pretty tremendous things with the opportunity to, through the Olympic, through the USAS program and the USOPC.
Yeah, I think the empowerment from the Olympics thing, the sponsorship that comes along that, the potential for a facility in the future, adaptive skateboarding is just skateboarding for all. And it's like, if they want wheelchairs in the skate park, come play, come on, like it doesn't really matter, So I think
absolutely
being that hub and headquarter and the potential skateboarding Hall of Fame and all that together, wow, going to be really
the future of adaptive skateboarding is real, and it's gonna inspire a lot of people and change a lot of lives as everybody leans into learning how to work with and bring skateboarding to life. There's already some incredible experts out there and some incredible people doing it, and I'm really excited to see that part of skateboarding grow. It's just an incredible part.
Yeah, and I think the power of certified coaches through that, and working with you guys and the foundation you guys have there, I think can be a very huge issue. Just as that video with the Grind for Life thing, adaptive being part of that, they've sort of gotten behind that, because realize that if nobody makes a competitive platform for that, it's never going to get to the Olympics, And so having what went on in skateboarding these last years to get to the point to have that qualification, right? So really excited to see what's coming down the line for that.
Yeah, me too.
No doubt. That event they did with LA Parks and Rec looked super, super cool. It all went down. I was like, oh, I wish I was there. That was the kind of thing I would like to be part of, and it's that whole thing. So I heard someone say that, hey, well, just bring that to my community, and it's like, no, it's your community. You need to make it happen in your community. I've seen this my whole career in skateboarding. We're like, well, skateboarding knows us. Why don't you just bring that to my community? And it's like, doesn't mean that something won't happen at some point in time, but nobody knows your community like you, right?
That's what Chris and I that's how we ended up founding USSEA, is because we kept saying as parents and as skaters, like, somebody should, make it so skateboard coaches are available so there can be an alternative to people saying, like, look, there's Pop Warner and there's the PGA juniors thing. There's nothing for skateboarding, son, daughter. So all you're going to do is either golf or baseball. So
right.
That's what we did. We just did it, and we're doing it. And yeah, if you've got an idea, you want to do something for skateboarding, don't wait for somebody else to do it.
Yeah, don't wait. As long as you're having fun doing it and expressing your variety of skills, you're going to lift up the culture around you. Simple as that.
Just do
and that's the amazing thing with skateboarding, right? It's just,
I'm gonna steal a quote from Alex Barton really quick from ABC Skateboarding. He just mentioned to me that skateboarding owes no one anything. We owe it everything, and it's so true. I mean, look at what this crazy thing of just riding around on a board has done for so many people maybe on accident, right? It's like a happy little accident, to steal a quote from a famous painter.
Well, so a happy accident. If I would have thought as a kid I could have a career making skateboards, and I would do that my whole life, right? And
yeah, right.
That was an impossibility. It wasn't even going to happen, But the excitement of the participation and doing things to inspire your community just moves it forward, right? It just keeps on moving forward as we have that inspiration.
Paul, are you anything else?
Yeah, well, just Poseidon, she's always had a great thing going. Really excited to see like the gender equality viewpoint that exists in skateboarding now, because that wasn't there. She said something before about like the breakthroughs of sort of like, the unity male and female that's out there in skateboarding now, and it's amazing, I just love it. It's really, really neat, And just like what she's doing there's other great things of people expressing their vision in skateboarding, right? There's a group out of San Diego called Skate Park Respect, working on cleaning up skate parks and building a culture to have a skate park cleaning session and sort of driving their community, We saw a little mention in the video there, Grind for Life, with its goal of raising money for cancer. So everybody needs a cause, everybody needs a purpose, right? Well, it's way better to have a cause around skateboarding than it is something you're not engaged with or enthusiastic about, right?
Right, absolutely.
There's tons of, you don't need to compete with the people that are doing baseball or football or whatever, and they're probably not going to be on the field either. You're still going to be on the park rolling, so it's even better, right? Another organization that sort of fits some of that goal, she talked about an amazing goal of 100,000 boards to give away, and I love that idealism and getting boards to kids that wouldn't have it. There's an organization out of Tampa, a part of Skate Park of Tampa, called Boards for Bros, and it started on the edge of the Bro Bowl many years ago, and at that time that area of town was a ghetto when I used to live there, and just collect used skate equipment and get it out to kids, so there's chapters across the country of Boards for Bros, and there's other organizations like in Fresno Skateboard Salvage, and they've been collecting skateboards and products and giving them out to kids. And
Joe, you know what?
Community focused,
I think we need to do with Paul is, I think we need to put together a list of programs that exist. I mean, he's got a lot of them in his head that he's worked with, but I think it'd be cool if we provided a list of contacts for programs like that on our site in the future, so that people can get in contact in their local community with programs like the ones Paul's describing. I mean, there's a lot more going on than I think people realize, and bringing it all together, through at least information wise through our organization could be a tremendous thing. So
Well, every skate park that got built through community interaction, right? And community, that focal point, it's already happened all over the place, a whole bunch, and it's celebrated just having a park to go to. I mean, I love being on the road, like Google Map and what's around here and just find it and go skate, right? And it might be great or it might not be, but the reality is that somebody made that happen,
Actually, what? You think every other sport out there where you go to a municipality, there's all these fields. There's baseball fields and football fields and municipal golf courses. None of those, or I don't know about none of them, but almost all of them were built because that was part of the plan. They had a box to check off. I'll bet almost every skate park out there was built because people cared enough to go out and make it happen.
Well, they cared enough to make it happen. I would agree with that. But there's also, the reality is that, developers are paying developer fees and the city's got to spend money in this sector and they're getting the attention for it, right? So it's a combination of all of it. It's just a great example with passion, what you can do, if you got the willingness to try, who knows what will happen? Just keep on trying, right?
Well, Paul, I love that. That is like the quote of the day. And, I'm going to mention something that one of the participants, one of the viewers said. He said, "Thanks, Paul, for this unexpected part. You're a real skateboarder, no rules." Dude, you seriously dropped in on us, and we weren't going to stop you because I knew there was going to be gold that would come from this. So did Joe. And it's just amazing. I'm so thankful that we get to connect with you and that that you're a part of what we're doing and that you support us. Like Brian, it means so much to us. What's that, Joe?
It was part of the plan.
Sneaky.
Yeah, well,
but you dropped in like a skater.
I had a great time this last 4 hours listening, participating, sort of trying to summarize and pick up on points here. And there's so many points to be had here. This video is going to be online on your YouTube, right?
It is.
Yes.
Maybe you guys can give some sort of dialogue of where people are in the time so they can maybe focus on what they really want, but then also where they can just hit a long play because they're in a car or they're working in the garage or in the workshop, who knows, right?
We can put a time code in the comments so that people can find it easy. And then we'll probably break these apart and do some individual segments too to make it easier.
Cool.
Yep. I'm willing to bet that the Ollie segment's going to be the most watched.
The Ollie segment will be broken out in an individual segment and celebrated. And I'll probably go in and put some quotes on it and little additions and have some fun with you guys. So.
I can't wait to hear all about the hamburger project. It's going to be great.
The hamburger project. I think everybody probably is focused on the hamburger project right about now because if you're like me, you skipped lunch and you're hungry.
I'm hungry. I'm hangry. So Paul Schmitt, the professor, thank you so much.
Yeah, no problem.
Thank you, Paul.
Thanks to each of you for sticking this out with us and joining us. Please, if you got any other ideas for our next summit, we're doing things between now and next year. We're looking at Coaches Summit, Ollie Summit, performance coaching, skate park operation. What other ideas do you have? We'd love to do some more.
All right.
Thanks a lot. Bye, everybody.
Thanks, guys.
Bye. Take care.